Yo! What's going on, everyone? Look, 30-minute intro? That's not even... Look, I've done way longer than that. I think I've done 40. That's diabolical. We have got a big day today. I do have to say, guys, this is going to be a bit of a shorter one on this fine day. Oh yeah, the music was pretty loud though, wasn't it? Sure, 8 to 10 hour stream. Nah, I think this is only going to be about 5 hours actually, because I've still got a couple of things I got to sort out, and I do have to be up pretty early in the morning, so I want to get a little bit of sleep in, guys. You know how it is. Don't want to go into an 8-hour flight into a 3-hour drive completely raw. That's not going to be a lot of fun. How fresh are you? I honestly feel quite a bit better than yesterday, because the stream was not quite as long yesterday, and I got a good night's sleep. So the order of business today is going to be, I want to kind of go over the dev Q&A. We've got to do that pretty quick, by the way, guys. Like, we've got to actually get on this YouTube slop, because in an hour and 20, we're actually talking to anniefuchsia, who is a well-known streamer, World of Warcraft enjoyer, also Guild Wars 2 enjoyer. So that'll be pretty interesting. So we've got to get on with it and do some slop. A little bit of YouTube slop. And then additional content. And of course, I will be covering the news. They're going to release some Guild Wars 3 news. Even if they do release it tomorrow, guys, I will try to cover it. I might be a little bit rough tomorrow, because obviously, you know, the time zone difference is going to mess me up a bit. But I will try and stream. I am taking my laptop to Canada. So the good news is, not a problem. We will still be streaming. I'm going to attempt to actually stream some of the IRL stuff we do over there. That we're going to be doing some hiking and so on. Obviously running a half marathon. I will try to stream it if I can. I don't actually know how realistic that is just yet, but I'm going to find out when we're there. Which laptop do you have? I have a Lenovo Legion. GoPro, yeah, I have a GoPro, yeah. I'm not sure which streaming setup or like recording setup's going to be the best. I'm taking a GoPro, and obviously I have my phone as well. And I have like setups to stream from my phone or the GoPro. World Cup, I'm not watching any World Cup games. Yeah, what are we up? What are you up to in Canada? Basically, it's just a bit of a meetup, bit of a Guild Wars meetup, I guess. You know, that sort of thing. That's me, Sneb, Darren's is there, and like, you know, some of the Guild Wars gang, and even some developers. Is green and blue together against red? I mean, yeah, red is getting bullied, I guess. We're not gonna slug up, guys. Are you good at sleeping on planes? I'm about to find out. I haven't really done a long flight before. Longest flight I've done has, you know, been, you know, less than half of the length of this flight. This flight is like 8 hours. I've only been on like a 3-hour flight. Had a tooth pulled out, feels bad, man. Oh, yeah. I mean, tooth pain is the worst, honestly. But you know what? You'll probably be better off for it, I guess, afterwards. Better out than in. In this case, I guess. Have you commented on the stream Aina did the other day? No, but I'm going to. Well, it's true though, guys. Like, if you got a tooth that's causing you pain, it's not good. It's not a fun time. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you, guys. Going for an 18-hour flight to Japan next week. Teen tagging on, it'll be effort. Yeah, 18, that's brutal. That's crazy. Does sound like fun though. Well, not the flight, but the trip at least. Crowdfund an airplane pass for Loranity too. Well, look, maybe next time. Sneb actually was talking about how he wants to do it more regularly and, you know, not just in Canada and places in the United States and also in Europe as well. So there will be more SnebCons, I guess, or whatever he's going to call it. SnebCon is going to happen. And also, you know, who knows, maybe we'll meet up a little bit in Gamescom as well. I know I'm planning on going. Laura might as well. SlugCon? Yeah, SlugCon is going to be good. What parts of Canada are you coming to? I'm going to Calgary and Banff. We're running the, well, me and Steph were supposed to run the Banff half marathon. He's going to walk it because he broke his foot. I'm going to try and run it. And then we're doing, you know, the usual, seeing a variety of places. And maybe streaming a little bit. $18-hour flight means 18 hours of Steam Deck gaming. True, actually. What's your time for half marathon? I have no idea. I've never run it. I will finish. Got some Romas here. My mark went off there. Whoop. Roamed. Done any practice? Yeah, I've been training. I think I would have liked to train a bit more, but I think I'll be all right. It's not going to be comfortable, but it is what it is. It's got to be done. Imagine Guild Wars 3 gets announced and you die next week because of the half marathon. I think I'll survive. I'm not super worried about the survival components. So that's the good news, I guess. This is really not going very well for us, is it? This guy doesn't have renewed focus. He actually might be killable. Yeah. He's going to rally here, though. Yeah. It's unfortunate. This guy's stealth. I'm getting stomped here. $13 miles? Yeah, 13 miles. He departs to the land of the goose. That's correct, yes. We cannot guarantee your comfort. I like that. Good quote. Oh, wait. I would say Bluebriar is under attack. How to make gold? Pretty much just play the game. Just about everything makes gold. It's going to be nice to give my voice a bit of a rest. It still feels pretty rough. Definitely better than yesterday. My voice yesterday was not great, guys. Wait, this is good though. We're building up some stamina. Like, so I don't know if anyone here remembers this, but when I started playing WoW Classic, I streamed for 20 hours on the first day, and I actually lost my voice. Well, I didn't lose it, but it was so painful to talk that I just didn't, right? Like, you know, my voice was reduced to kind of like a very raspy whistle almost. And I was actually forced to stop streaming over some of the days. I had to do like shorter streams than I wanted to, even though I was kind of okay on, you know, awakeness and alertness. I couldn't do it because even talking or saying anything was so painful that I just couldn't. And I think I've done a much better job of that this time around. You know, that hasn't happened. That was the good news. It was actually so unlucky because I was really enjoying the game. I was just grinding away like crazy, like playing well over 12 hours a day. And yeah, it really sucked. It actually really sucked. because I just couldn't talk. It was similar to Community Month. I think I'd do a better, well, I think I'd be able to do Community Month now. My voice is a bit more resilient. I have a store instance that kills my internet. Happens every time. I mean, yeah, there are some bugs that you can run into. How'd you find WoW Classic? I really like WoW Classic. Could you see why it popped off back in the day as hard as it did? Yeah, for sure. Classic WoW is a very good game. Community Year? I mean, Community Year is not happening, but Community Month might happen. Time is moving so slowly. Yeah, like if you want to get depression, like this is the fucked up thing. Like seeing it here really puts it in perspective, right? Guild Wars 3 beta, and this is like the first day of fall. So this is the the earliest. Basically, this is counting down to the first day of that's defined as fall next year, right? Because we know the beta is fall next year. So the minimum time theoretically to the Guild Wars 3 beta is 470 days, which is like, oh man, brutal. You hate to see it. Brutal. What's the oopsie? The oopsie is when the NC exec in the shareholders meeting accidentally leaked Guild Wars 3. So that's the oopsie. Yeah, 470 days. Earliest. And look at that, guys. You got the Coden, you got the Human, you got the Azura. Those are your playable races. Enjoy. Times that, yeah, the alliances one is fucked up, man. Times since alliances were announced, 3,000 days. That's crazy how early that was. That's wild, guys. They really talked about that a long time ago, huh? Time to Guild Wars 2 Homage, sure. That is true, yeah. If I had to guess, I think I'd say that when can Guild Wars 2 Hom be? So Visions of Eternity, the final patch, is going to be September 1st. Realistically, it will be at least a month. So it'll be late October at the absolute earliest. But yeah, I think November is quite a bit more likely, actually. So I'd say November. It won't be December because, again, they go for their winter break. So they're obviously not going to do like a major release, especially of a new system in December. That just doesn't make any sense. So yeah, probably November. For Hall of Monuments. So not too long for that one, at least. We love to see it. Fractal leaderboards. Yeah, the fractal leaderboards one is really funny. Fractal leaderboards were announced 3,967 days. And time since they added the last dungeon, 4,732 days. Although, you know, to be fair, right, you know, the fractals basically replace dungeons. So it's not quite the same thing. Look at that. This is like the whole release schedule for man, it is interesting like how intense. Can you guys see how much content they added in HOT and Path of Fire? Fractal, 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 and then raids, raid. They popped off, right? With all of this content they were adding. Like, this was such a crazy era of the game. Like, absolutely wild era. HOT and Path of Fire. HOT in particular, right? Like, HOT was crazy with how much content they added. But Path of Fire was also very strong. I heard Grouch say we're in maintenance mode. That is such a funny clip. It is a very funny clip. I think it's only 3 races. For now, yeah. I feel like they might go up to 4. 3 feels like a weird number, but we'll see, I guess. Any NA guild is going to be a new guy. You should talk to Snebzor. Did you cover the live stream yesterday? I did, yeah. We're going to go over it today. I'm actually thinking like how I want to do this. Do I want to like re-watch the stream and kind of do like a react, or just go over the points? I was thinking of going over the points, to be honest, because like re-watching the whole thing seems a bit of a waste of time, actually. Is Grouch at the studio after yesterday's Freudian slur? Yeah, I think they'll let him keep his job. Rewatching the audio issues? Well, I mean, no, let's not. Char? No, I don't know if we Char. ArenaNet will not be able to keep 3 games alive. We'll just have 3 games in maintenance mode. I mean, hopefully not, right? Like that would be sad. We have a bit of a problem here, and that I'm 1v10. Emergency waypoint has been popped. Will it be enough? Will anyone warp in? Actually, yeah, there are. We are having some gamers. We have a couple of gamers. Will it be enough? Maybe. Oh, we have downstate. It may not be enough. They have healers. This is cheating. But no, I do. There's definitely bad news for all the Char enjoyers. Char is not looking likely in Guild Wars 3. Any Char fans? Yeah, we're screwed here. Probably should have swapped to some wells. We just need AoE here. I'm contesting. Not gonna live though. Ugh. I'm doing my best here. It's over. Coden is hype. I mean, Coden is pretty hype. I feel like people have wanted Coden for a while. Time to analyze your threshold for slop. Can you adapt to new YouTube videos? Studying your resilience to react content. Tier lists, your resistance is required. Another quick news reading. This was only a precursor to your brain rot. How high are the chances we're not going to have a World vs. World style gameplay in Guild Wars 3? 100%. They're not going to have the same game mode in Guild Wars 3. Tengu? I mean, I don't even know. Like, you want to play as a fucking bird? I'm not really about that, to be honest. I wouldn't go for a Tengu. Shroud's reaction to Guild Wars 3? Yeah, it's, you know, it's a little bit more positive than his reaction to Guild Wars 2, which is, that's a good start. I need to talk about this a lot more, but people need to realize like what Guild Wars 3 is. I actually think it sucks that they went with Guild Wars 1, Guild Wars 2, Guild Wars 3 as the naming convention because of it being called Guild Wars 3. People are assuming it's going to be Guild Wars 2, but in Unreal Engine 5. That is not what it's going to be. It's going to be a fundamentally different experience. Like, it's very possible that they add some kind of world PvP. I think it's not necessarily true to say that like you can't that World vs. World or something like that couldn't exist in Guild Wars 3. I think that's not necessarily true actually. It just won't have like 50 players. It might be more like 10. So basically more like a roaming kind of experience rather than like a really big Zerg. The gameplay would be more Monster Hunter-like? Well, yes, because it's an action game. Phoenix, thanks to Prime. It's not hard. Yeah, I mean, I think we, you know, definitely just kind of let it ride and see what happens. I too expected Guild Wars 3 to be Guild Wars 2 in Unreal Engine 5. Looks like it won't be the case. No, definitely won't be the case. I don't think it ever was though. Like that you, if you're making a new game, well, if it was going to be Guild Wars 2 in Unreal Engine 5, they would have just made Guild Wars 2 in Unreal Engine 5, which to be honest is probably actually much harder to do than making Guild Wars 3. But like, nah, they would never do that. Doesn't make any sense. Like, there's no point in, like, making a game that's going to replace your other game. Like, at that point, just keep developing your other game. Because Guild Wars 2 doesn't really need an engine upgrade. Not really. They need, like, the thing they need to fix is the dev pipeline. Gameplay about Guild Wars 3 this year? Very likely, yeah. It sounds more like Guild Wars 1 with every day. I mean, okay, look, I actually want to point out how unhinged that comment is. You are basing that off one line, not even from a dev of the game. You're basing that off one line from an exec at the like the parent company. Not a small co-op thing. Yeah, and this is why I was a bit pissed off, guys, like with that exec leaking that, because it leads to this. Like, people are freaking out about this. I think it's, yeah. Yeah, no, I don't think it'll be like Guild Wars 1. Co-op like New World, scary? Wait, New World is a full open world MMO. It's not a co-op game. It is an MMO, guys. Oh, dude, I'm gonna have to make a video about this in Canada. It's actually triggering me. It's triggering me, guys. I don't like it. New World is dead? Oh, really? I had no idea about that. I didn't, you know, it's not like I made a video about that. Actually be in Canada? Yeah. I'm going to Canada tomorrow. I'm landing in a foreign land, foreign realm. I think alive and rested, a little bit at least. Listen, honestly, I kind of don't want to talk about this. Dude, I was actually going to do like a video roundup, including that comment from the NC exec, but actually I can't do it now. I can't do it on the day before I leave. I might have to wait until I come back, to be honest. Look, I will make this comment, guys. Do not fucking panic. Wait for gameplay. That is it. Your T10 logo is very similar to the Chipotle logo. Yeah. Brazil made it. That logo was made by Brazil as a joke a while ago. It was actually, he did a similar thing, if I'm not mistaken, with the Death and Taxes logo as well. Wait until they show gameplay or talk about the combat or talk about the gameplay. Is DNT going to come back? I mean, Nike will play, but I mean, I'm not sure if Death and Taxes will come back. DNT is dead. I mean, yeah, Death and Taxes hasn't played Guild Wars for like for years. For a very long time. Most of us excited as hell for Guild Wars 3. Well, the thing is, I don't want people to be anxious, Steph and Nick. I don't want people to be like, you know, freaking out. Look, I don't want that in my life, okay? I want to have a nice, chill, relaxing build-up over the next 2 years. And, you know, look. It's kind of an interesting thing, actually. And I will admit, I have kind of like, I think I have changed my behavior, at least, on this. Like, I'm going to be honest, guys. I kind of don't really want negativity in my life, you know? I'm not about that. And like, if people aren't excited, that's completely fair. That's, you know, that's fine. And I think it's good to be, you know, it's good to be critical and we can discuss stuff, but I just don't really want to have this. I don't really want to have this type of thing in my life. Accept bees into your life. See, that's good. Bees are good. It's not even get hype. You know, I don't know. It's hard to express this. Like obviously, you know, like in my videos, I'm going crazy. But I want to be clear, guys. I'm doing that because I think it's fun, right? Like it's fun to get hype with my friends, right, and go crazy. If the game sucks, like, I mean, that's unfortunate, but I'm not going to be like super bummed out, if you guys know what I mean. It's like, I mean, yeah, it's like, it's not going to be good, but you know, it's not gonna like ruin my life. Do you guys know what I'm saying? It's like I'm along for the ride. It's gonna be fun. If the game is good, amazing. If the game sucks, I mean, unlucky, I guess, right? Like, you guys know what I'm saying, right? Like, but I think it's just kind of fun to have a good time. Get a little excited with the gang. Have you guys spamming the chat? We're all going crazy over this trailer. I just think it's fun. People panicking. People are panicking for a couple of reasons. Like there's a couple of things that definitely imply that the game's going to be a bit smaller scale than Guild Wars 2 in terms of player count. Like probably, you know, let's say like, you know, it's going to be focused around groups of probably like 4 to 20 is kind of how it sounds. Rather than like, you know, 50 plus this time around. And also there was like a weird meme from like an NC exec that kind of leaked something similar to that description as well. Guild Wars games tend to change a lot over time. What's interesting about that is that I actually don't think that's true. I think what the interesting thing about Guild Wars 2 is that it hasn't changed that much. I don't think Guild Wars 2's changed that much at all since launch. Like, I think fundamentally it's very much the same game. It's not like, say, RuneScape or WoW that are not the same game anymore. Like, it is not accurate really to say that like classic WoW is the same as retail WoW. That's not accurate. But I think it's very much accurate to say that Guild Wars 2 at core is basically the same as it is now. It's not a bad thing, by the way. I'm just saying that it's interesting to note that. I think that both games have taken pretty different development strategies with like how to make the game. CPU and memories would be horribly inefficient. People say this, but I mean, I'm gonna be real with you. Look, okay, if you want to make comments about the Unreal Engine 5, listen, I need to see GitHub. I need to see game dev credentials. Because I don't think the engine will be too much of an issue if it's like used correctly. And ArenaNet know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. That's the problem. Most years though, they don't use it correctly. But here's the thing though, like, I mean, look, do you think ArenaNet is incompetent? Like, if you think ArenaNet is incompetent, then, I mean, I guess fair enough, but I guess I just don't. I mean, I think, you know, I think they'll cook. They know what's up. Don't know what's up. DYB. Let's take a look at that GitHub, you know? Let's take a look. If I'm using Unreal Engine correctly, I mean, I don't know, like basically optimizing it for your use case, I guess would be a kind of a one-liner. At least my concerns ain't from their go to building a game. It's the content they get that's be curious. True, that is actually definitely the thing. The content had better be good. Does the news of Guild Wars 3 change your view on any of the yearly X packs? Could my friends feel more forgiving of Soto and Janthea after the Guild Wars 3 news? I mean, yeah, it does contextualize things, right? Because it means that, yeah, they were obviously, it does change them in retrospect, and you realize that, yeah, they did actually move, you know, they were cooking this in the background, so obviously something had to give. Like, they weren't able to, like, make HOT and Path of Fire again. Like, I wouldn't say I would look back more kindly on that, because at the end of the day, like, that's irrelevant to you as the consumer, as the player. Like, it's not really your problem if they had to deal with reduced resources, because they're developing a sequel, but it certainly does contextualize it. Big Mayo, thanks to the Prime. Appreciate it. Thank you very much, guys. Got a lot of subs. I'm getting rich. We're wealthy here, guys. Feels good. Teapot billionaire. That's right. That's my end game with Guild Wars 3, guys. I'm gonna be a billionaire off Prime, Tier 1 subs, gifted subs, ad revenue, and the referral link. The maps are gorgeous and astonishing. The thing is that, I think, okay, the thing is though, is that actually isn't exceptional. Go look at WoW, the maps are gorgeous and astonishing. Go look at basically every map in Guild Wars 2, the maps are gorgeous and astonishing. Like, to put on my criticism hat there, that doesn't cut it. A lot of the things that you mentioned it, yeah, like the meta events have been that great. Yeah, that's like the defining thing about Guild Wars 2. That's what Guild Wars 2 actually has over other games. Like over other games like WoW, is that they have this like really cool open world content. Like having a pretty map is not exceptional. Like that's like baseline. That's what you expect in literally every MMO, is that you have pretty maps and the game looks really, really cool. What do you think of the forums who are Hardstuck in the anger and bargaining phase of Cove? I mean, I might have to do a review when I'm back from Canada. Guild Wars 3 rip thief. I mean, they might have like a thief or like a rogue style class, like assassin or something. I thought they might, you know, they might get like whatever they, you know, get what they want in 3. Wait, what is this? Wait, what? Where does that leave thief? If you think thief is getting the rebalance it needs with the skeleton staff leveling your guilds, you bless your heart. We can collectively kiss our hopes and we're getting great sword or off. Oh my god. Or a cool elite. Bro, is this a real person? It's for sure never gonna happen now. This is the death sentence for this class. Mark my words. Wait, here's the thing. Like, Thief is really good in PvE now. Do people not realize this? Antiquary is bad. That's the fucking signature. Oh, no. Yes, this is Guild Wars 2 going into maintenance mode. Thief ripped 9 months ago when they just started an entire Thief spec and gave us something that didn't work. Gameplay thematically and jacked up the numbers to make us like it. I can live with Thief gameplay being bad. But wait, if it's not an edgy Thief design, then I'm not really playing Thief. I'm playing a bad nameless class that happens to unlock a Thief elite spec. This is the Thief we're never getting back. The edgy, fast, stealthy, low blow, dirty fighter. I don't think I'll play Thief and get it in. This actually reads like fucking satire, man. I don't even know what to tell you. I mean, you hate to see it, guys. Dude, this guy is based. I like Antiquary now. Feels good. Sadly, I was right. The ArenaNet would run. Wait, he thinks ArenaNet made Guild Wars 3 to avoid making meaningful changes to Thief. Okay, this is the weird thing, though, guys. Like, I don't know why people say this, because like Thief is really good in PvE right now. I think in PvP, I'm actually not sure it is in PvP actually after the latest patch. I think it might still be not great, to be honest. But Thief has been like insanely dominant in PvP, like for the last, you know, like 3 or 4 years even. It's not like Thief is historically bad or anything. And also it's the specs that they like. It's like Daredevil and Spectre and even Deadeye have been very dominant in PvP, like over the last couple of years. I think the class identity has kind of gone for Thief, not gonna lie. How so, actually? Like, you use Spear on a lot of builds, and that's like literally like the combo system of Assassin from Guild Wars 1. When Thief builds do pop up, they're always like roaming and very fast-paced and evasive in PvP. Is Thief finally dead? A little bit, yeah. Thief has not seen play for a while, actually, in PvP. Well, at high level, right? Like, obviously in ranked and stuff, it's completely fine, but yeah, like at like monthly AT and stuff, people aren't really playing Thief right now. They want it good in PvE, but it is good in PvE. That's the thing. Like, Thief is good in PvE right now. I will agree that, like, up until, honestly, the recent patches, it's been very good if you're playing in a good team, and kind of mid if you're playing in, like, pugs and stuff. But now it's just good. So it's, yeah. It's very weird to read this. The reality is, if Guild Wars 2 3 is going to be successful, Plunger.shop is 96% done. Oh, wait. If Plenix goes live today, doesn't that guarantee Plenga.shop? Is the countdown set for any or EU time zone? I mean, there's not even a countdown right now. Will there be radio silence for Guild Wars 3? A slow trickle of hype? I think it'll be yeah, they'll do a slow trickle. I think there's something coming this week, right? Bit of lore and concept art. I mean, who knows? Maybe Colin just goes live and just streams the game. It's also a possibility. We don't know, guys. We don't know. All right, we need to do YouTube slop. Guys, are you ready for YouTube slop? You better be ready.
Hey, friend. Always excited to see your face.
A lore post already? Well, it was maybe just some confused communication. Like, it kind of read that way, but I guess not. I wouldn't be able to tell you the name of the map was Eternity's Garden if you gave me 1,000,000 years to guess. It's a pretty cool name, I guess. Do you guys crave slob? Slob. Shout out to YouTube, by the way. Spectre made it as a niche that doesn't exist. Well, to be honest, functionally is. That's actually really not true, by the way. That's kind of outdated information. Heal Spectre is legitimately good in PvE, and I actually personally love what Spectre does in PvP and small-scale roaming. It's a really cool build. There's a player called Maya who plays it a lot in PvP, and it's always really exciting to watch because it's this really interesting blend of roamer combined with support. Like, you can +1 someone, and you can damage your opponent, and you can also like re-heal and like re-sustain your ally, right? Like while you're plussing, and you can do it in a team fight, right? You can start zapping someone in a team fight and re-sustain them. So I actually really disagree with that. Like, Spectre has a really interesting, unique thing that it can do in PvP, and it's actually, again, like very underrated in PvE. It's much better than people think it is. Like, it's one of those builds that just got buffed every patch, and people kind of forgot about it. But it's actually very good. And obviously the same in World vs. World. It has an ultra niche role as a commander babysitter. You just keep your comm alive, you know, if it's like really, really hot, or if they're getting focused. Or it can just be a support in World vs. World as well. And obviously in small scale, it's like the same as PvP. So yeah. Kind of decide what to main, Guardian, Mesmer, or Necro. Please help me pick. And just try all three of them, see which one you like the most. Why are unlocked waypoints not account wide? It is a bit of a pain, I will admit that. But to be honest, what you want to do, get yourself this, right? Like the portal tomes. That basically fixes that issue. Easy. Easy. All right, I think it's one of these again. Because I'm going to be talking about some stuff that... I need to be keyed out, guys. Okay? I need to be cleansed. Infinite teleport to friend. Yeah, that's also decent. Incredible. Last spam. Yeah, DYB is disabled today, by the way, guys. Omega Fresh Quality of Life Guide in one Guild Wars 2 mega video to milk the people. I mean, yeah, maybe. Like some new player slop. Could always be good. So yeah, enjoy DYB while you can, guys. It's being destroyed. What's the slot for today? I kind of want to talk about the dev Q&A a little bit. Are you guys ready for slop? You're not getting rid of DIB? It's got to go, guys. Shrimp, fucking shrimp-a-laz. Like, shrimp-a-laz, guys. Maintenance mode. Shrimp-a-laz. Incredible. Okay. Come on then, gamers. Shout out to YouTube. Welcome to Guild Wars 3 Slop Daily. You know, I should call the show that, shouldn't I, actually? That would be a good time. But what are we here to talk about today? I'll tell you. There was a developer Q&A, kind of talking about the studio update and a little bit about the future of the Guild Wars franchise, kind of what's going on and how the studio is handling developing multiple games and all that kind of stuff. Also, some really funny audio issues. Definitely worth checking out the stream that will be linked down below here just to be entertained. I would, be a little bit careful with your eardrums though. It might get a little bit wacky. But anyway, a couple of questions were asked by the community and the developers. Kind of took some time to go over them and talk about some of the things that the community obviously is interested in finding out about, as you might expect. And what I really did like about the stream, and this is why I definitely recommend watching it, it was a really nice bit of communication. Like once the microphones have been sorted out, it came across as very earnest, right? Like it was very, very sincere, very transparent. And I think that was ultimately the big goal of the stream. We didn't really get any super crazy details. There's a couple of fun little tidbits of development history that I think you guys might find super interesting, actually. Stuff about like Desert Borderlands and how they've been thinking about like how they were thinking about making stuff like that like in the past, and like their now retrospective thoughts on that, which is super interesting. But the big part of this stream was to honestly establish the fact and set a precedent that communication is going to be like this going forwards, and that the developers are going to be pretty transparent about this. Because like one of the things that they talked about, and you know, I'm going to spoil this, right? One of the questions that got asked was, or one of the things that kind of came up was, why now, right? Like, why is this being talked about now? And a big part of it was because they were kind of concerned about a little bit of radio silence coming out of the studio, right? Like, as you know, as I'm sure you're aware, we didn't really get a lot. You know, there were all these rumors about 3 spinning around, right? Like, no studio update, no confirmation of a Guild Wars 2 expansion, right? All that kind of stuff. And that's actually a big motivator of why they wanted to kind of get 3 out the door now, is so that they could actually recommence this communication style that, you know, kind of ramped up a little bit when Grouch took over, going into Soto, Janthir Wilds, and VOE, but then obviously kind of boop, vanished into thin air in the Guild Wars 3, you know, Guild Wars 3 speculation arc. And of course, they couldn't really talk about anything. You can't talk about the future of development without the context of this new game coming. So that's what this stream was all about, really, I think. It's just like reopening that communication, right, and setting this very high bar of transparency. You know what? Grouch and Colin, they're super funny. They're super great communicators, I think. But anyway, we'll kind of go over that again a little bit later, I think. Let's just kind of get into these questions. I've got my notes up on my other monitor here, so let's go ahead and go through what was said on this. The first question basically was, are annual updates expansions, right? And the answer is yes. Like, I kind of intuited that, like, you know, that's, you know, it was a little bit vague, and they even actually talked about how, you know, they kind of regretted saying that it was a bit too ambiguous in the studio update. They talked about returning to annual releases after taking this 18-month kind of quality of life, like, polish break, like in the lead up to Guild Wars 3 with Hall of Monuments and so on. And yeah, it is confirmed. It is going to be expansions. Always good to see. And again, the way it sounds is, it sounds like we're pretty much going to be going back to VOE, right? Like after Guild Wars 3 releases. And I imagine that they'll probably kind of start cooking an expansion like pretty early. Like, we already know that it takes them about 18 months to make an expansion, and they'll probably want to release one, you know, ASAP, right? So they're probably already kind of figuring out like where they want to go next after the release of Guild Wars 3. And I would expect it to be similar like this. Now, a follow-up question that I will admit I would have really liked to ask here is, are we thinking of expanding the team? Because I feel like a bit of an elephant in the room here, I think for a lot of Guild Wars 2 players, is the expansions that we've had here, they're good, right? I'm not gonna say, oh wow, VOE is the worst thing ever. VOE is great. Like, you know, Janthir Wilds and Soto, they're okay, right? They had their issues, but not bad, right? Like, not, you know, not amazing, not bad. And I think the question for a lot of us in Guild Wars 2 is, assuming that Guild Wars 3 does super well, and assuming that this quality of life, this polish pass, allows for easier development on Guild Wars 2, are we going to be potentially increasing the size of the team for Guild Wars 2 and looking to kind of get a little bit back, a little bit more towards your EOD, your Heart of Thorns, your Path of Fire, that scope of expansion? Because I don't want to ramble on this for too long. This is almost like another video topic in and of itself. But I think I think I'm not alone in feeling that these expansions, they're good, but they don't have the full Guild Wars experience. And when I talk about that, I mean having this luscious open world, but also having these sick open world encounters, these big, impactful world bosses. Not necessarily super difficult or anything like that. Not everything has to be a Dragon's End, but the spectacle, the scale, the awe-inspiring, massive multiplayer experience that I think a lot of us really love about Guild Wars 2. That's what I'd like to see kind of return to Guild Wars 2, and I would definitely want to kind of push a little bit on this type of question regarding the future of Guild Wars 2 development in a post-Guild Wars 3 world. Like, what does that look like? Can we actually increase in scope? Because, don't get me wrong, I am expecting them to continue to hire, right, going into this. Because again, like, Guild Wars 3, hopefully, gonna sell super well, gonna make a bunch of cash. We love that. And I would definitely want to know if some of those resources would go back into Guild Wars 2, because it's kind of already happened, right? Like, in reverse, Guild Wars 2 has been funding Guild Wars 3 and Guild Wars 1. Now, Guild Wars 1 potentially becoming a lot more self-sufficient. It's going onto mobile, it's on Steam Deck, right? We're getting new content coming that's hopefully going to generate revenue. I'm very interested to hear, and it might be a very kind of tough question to answer because, you know, for PR reasons and, you know, and like, they just might not be able to talk about this stuff too much, but I do want to see resources get reinvested into 2, right? Because I don't want to see just a return to Vision of Eternity and, you know, this type of expansion after Guild Wars 3. I want to see more. I want to, you know, obviously, right? You know, I'm a gamer, I love Guild Wars 2. I want to see them climb. I want to see them ascend from where we are now. But that's kind of like my take on that question there as well. But the good news is, this isn't the last expansion. It was definitely something I was worried about. I was worried that Guild Wars 2 would be going back to just basically just Living World, right? So just the quarterly releases with no big expansion hits. So I personally, I'm pretty relieved because that was one of the things that I was a little bit sweaty about going into the studio update. So next up, it was a question regarding, are they worried about Guild Wars 2 in the 18-month gap, basically, like this polish phase? That was the really, we'll have to play the clip or something. There was a really funny moment where Grouch was talking about like moving developers off 2 onto 3 and then he said maintenance mode, okay? Like, which is such a meme, right? Obviously a bit of a slip of the tongue, right? It's not maintenance mode, obviously, right? I actually think what they're doing in this 18-month period is really valuable, and I think will actually benefit the game in a big way long term, but just a really funny meme there. And this is cool, by the way. They're not worried about it at all. And I think they're right not to be worried, by the way. So if you're the type of person who keeps an eye on the Steam charts, you'll have noticed that after the announcement for Guild Wars 3, the player count massively increased on Steam. And you might think, okay, well, Steam, that doesn't count. Well, here's the thing. The devs actually confirmed that the player count went up by 40% after the announcement, before any content got added to the game. That's before Hall of Monuments, right? That's before they've done this kind of, all these extra patches they're going to do, like the extra content. Yeah, people are very excited, right? Like Guild Wars 3 has really hyped people up, I think. So yeah, I think they're right not to be worried about this. 100%. I think it's actually going to get a lot of players to come and check it out. Like, oh wow, Guild Wars 3, I got to see what the hell's going on. Like, I've got to get in there. I've got to farm my Hall of Monuments, like all that kind of stuff there as well. And yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of returning players, like returning players coming back to the thing. I've seen that in my Twitch chat a lot. I've seen that in my YouTube comments, right? Returning players coming back to the game, new players going like, whoa, what's this all about? I got to check this out. So yeah, really, really positive stuff there as well. Really crazy. Bear in mind, 40% increase before we've even done anything yet is kind of crazy. And moreover, this comes up in another question later on, so I might end up repeating myself here a little bit. But something that's kind of interesting is that Guild Wars 2 has this really interesting opportunity now where it can almost rely on Guild Wars 3 to shoulder some of the burden in a way and allow it to breathe. Guild Wars 2 has never had its chance to kind of stop and rest and go, right, let's go and fix that stuff. Let's go and really have a proper look at the new player experience. Let's have a proper look at what leveling looks like. Let's have a proper look at some of the buggy content, because it's always been next expansion, next expansion, next expansion. Because, they've got to fund like 3 games with 2. They were funding Reforged coming back. They're funding a brand new game that nobody even knew about. I think Guild Wars 2 actually has a bit of agility, not only in this 18-month period, but also going forwards into the future. Again, because there might be some more resources coming into the studio. And indeed, it's not going to be the sole like heavy hitter in terms of generating revenue that will allow the studio to continue to function. So yeah, pretty interesting take on that there as well. The next question was a bit of a meme. I'm not going to talk about this one too much. It was basically like, oh, why not release Guild Wars 3 and polish the game and do expansions at the same time? It's like, well, why did I think of that before? Like, obviously they politely explained, well, if we did that, we wouldn't have enough, we wouldn't be able to do it very well. It would be scuffed, right? We don't have infinite developers and infinite money. But yeah, bit of a meme question on that one. And the next one was a little bit of a tougher question. It was basically, can ArenaNet deliver, right, on this, right? Like the plan is super ambitious, right? They're aiming for the stars. Big new game, changing the MMO industry. We're going massive, huge impact. But can you do it? Right? And I think their response was actually rather good. This is from Colin, actually. And it was basically like, yeah, we've already been doing it. We've been shipping Soto, Janthea Wilds, VOE, Reforged, Steam Deck, all this stuff. And Guild Wars 3 has been in the background anyway. So think about it. Like, we've just now heard about 3. But go check all the little breadcrumbs, right? They've been hiring and even moving developers away from 2 onto 3 for many, many years now. And this has been like a team developing in the studio. So in a way, yeah, they were already doing this, right? And again, like as I mentioned earlier, like that theoretically should only expand. They should be able to get some more development resources going forwards into the future. Now, this is of course assuming that everything goes well with 3, obviously, but you know, like you've got to kind of make that assumption, right? That is the point of making a new game, is that it is going to do well. So yeah, I think that was a really good answer to that, is that, yeah, they can do this because they have already been doing this. I think the only comment here I would make is that, again, I think if we're being fair here, there have been issues with these expansions. Like VOE is very clearly that we couldn't do 3 quarterly releases really. Like we had to kind of do like a scuffed one at the start to give us more time to deliver that story and map experience that you kind of expect in quarterly updates 2 and 3. So I think the push question there is, okay, well, are we going to step up? Are we going to go, yep, we can actually deliver you 3 banger quarterly releases, each with a new map content, each with a really compelling open world, a rich story, and of course, updates to other gamers, you know, balance patches, perhaps a new fractal, convergences, whatever they decide to add. And of course, the quality of life features, like the fashion templates, right? Like the raid rework, all that kind of good stuff. So that's like the push question. So who knows, maybe we'll get that answered one day as well. The next question, and there's a couple of questions about Hall of Monuments. I might try and kind of like blend these together here. It was basically about like, are you just going to unlock HOM because of doing your in-game achievements, right? So, you know, you do your in-game achievements, and if you've already done them, your Hall of Monuments is like, boop, done, right? And, you know, you don't have to do anything else. Or is it going to be like a new thing? Kind of a bit more like Season of the Dragons? You know, you're going to have to do brand new achievements to unlock all this stuff. And the answer is both. Right? Which I think is a pretty fair thing. I think it will be a little bit lame if, you know, obviously, you know, some of you guys, you're a bunch of degens like me, you know, you log in and you've basically already maxed out your Hall of Monuments. That's kind of a little bit, I mean, you know, woe is me, you know, like my lobster is too buttery, right? Or whatever. Okay. Like, oh, I've already got everything unlocked. How terrible. But you know what I mean? Like it would be fun to have some stuff to do. And yeah, they basically reassured the players that, yep, that is very much going to be the case. You are going to have some of your existing accomplishments within the game contribute to the Hall of Monuments, but also, very much so, you are going to have some new stuff to do, like new achievements, right? Like to go back and complete and, you know, kind of go back and replay all of this stuff as well. They also gave a bit of detail about the release schedule, and this actually sounds great, by the way. The way they're going to do it is quite similar to Season of the Dragons, like many of us expected. It's basically going to be a full playthrough of the game with a new thing, like a new update, a new set of stuff to do, covering a different area of the game every 1.5 to 2 months, right? Some of it's going to be in the Wizard's Vault, like some of it's going to be like existing achievements, right? And it's going to cover the entire game, starting with the first 2 updates in the core game, because again, the core game's really big, and then it's going to move through all of the expansions. And a really fun thing is that, you know, why should I care if I don't care about Guild Wars 3? Well, here's the thing. You actually get rewards in Guild Wars 2 as well. It's a bit more of an upgraded version of the HOM from Guild Wars 1, right? You're going to unlock well, I don't know actually, but I'm assuming skins, cosmetics, like other things, right, within Guild Wars 2 for doing this. So even if you are not really interested in Guild Wars 3, you're not feeling the hype, you're not feeling the energy just yet, you're thinking about sticking with 2, that's absolutely fine. Like, you're still going to get value out of this. You're still going to have stuff to do that, you know, might give you some stuff that you're actually interested in, which is always nice. The follow-up question to this was actually, will Guild Wars 1 be involved? And the answer is no, as of right now, with a fun little caveat. They actually got a lot of feedback if God Walking Amongst Mere Mortals will carry over into 3, and they said maybe, basically. They've been thinking about it, so like maybe there's some way that you could have that, of course, very iconic and very legendary title actually carry over, right, from 1 into 2, and then of course into 3 as well. Now, I think they did say that it wasn't completely out of the question, or they kind of hinted that, like that was the implication. It was like, not now, but so potentially could see some integration far into the future, but I would say I definitely wouldn't count on it, pretty much. The next question was about one of the things that actually came up in the studio update. That it was funny, they were surprised that people latched onto this. They have a lot of tech nerds there. And it was, can Guild Wars 2 basically actually get PBR, which is physically based rendering, which is a rendering technique that, look, TLDR, it makes the lighting all pretty, right? Well, they think it will help them with their dev pipeline as well. Can they put that in the game without affecting performance? That's a great question, by the way, because the Shadows update, I would say, was a little bit like, oh, you know, like, don't get me wrong, the new Shadows are pretty, but I'll tell you what, they're expensive, let me tell you that. You put that on, your frame rate is not going to be a happy chappy, let me tell you. So I think this is a very valid concern. It's a good question. And I actually do want to hear some more technical details on this a little bit later, because they gave a fairly vague answer. They said, yeah, it's a challenge, right? But you know, they're confident they're going to be able to do it, and you know, they've done upgrades to the engine previously, and they feel confident they will be able to kind of make this stuff happen here as well. And I think like one of their, they said one of the really big challenges, and if you think about it, this makes a lot of sense, right? Like, because this is going to be a bit of a new development pipeline for them, right? They have to think about, well, hold on a minute. Like, we're developing these new assets with a new technology that will hopefully allow them to make stuff better and, you know, at a faster pace. But here's the thing. All of the other assets in the game don't use that technology. So how do you get them to kind of play nice, right? And look like they make sense together, right? Like within the game, right? Especially with lighting. Like, lighting is a big deal in terms of games. Like, you can really, you know, something can look pretty darn different, right? If you have like a different lighting technology, different shading technologies being used there. So it'll be very interesting to see. And I definitely want some more details there. Like, it was a bit of a, you know, it was a fairly vague response. So I really want to see some, you know, kind of like, oh yeah, side-by-side comparisons when they start introducing this technology, and just some, yeah, I want some nerd stuff, man. Let's give us some nerd breakdowns on exactly what's going on there and what it's allowing them to do, and showing us like kind of like the different stuff that they're able to kind of get done there as well. Anyway, the next question that they actually talked about. Oh, no, I missed one thing, actually. Hold on. I'm failing to read my own notes. They also talked a little bit about server performance here, and they said that in particular, stuff like skill lag is something that they're really looking at improving as well, particularly for world versus world. It does happen in PvE sometimes, by the way, but they did give a little bit of a hint that they have actually been adding server diagnostics and monitoring, right? That is giving them a good idea of where the bottlenecks are when these big skill lags occur. So basically, for those who don't know, skill lag is where you've got a whole bunch of players, typically in a very large world versus world fight. They're all together, and basically skills start lagging. It's like you've got lag, right? You press a button, it doesn't happen for a while. And this is something they're really actually targeting, and they want to improve. They have actually made some decent improvements to it actually over the years. It hasn't been a crazy amount of fanfare, but they have been trying to improve it. It's not as bad as it was. It's not great, let me put it like that, but it has been worse. That's for sure. And they are looking to further improve that with server diagnostics that will then allow them to make optimizations at kind of in key places that are causing problems. I'd actually expect some technical breakdowns on this, because they have done some pretty big deep dives onto some of the tech stuff, especially when it comes to performance, right? They did a lot of stuff talking about DX11, of course, and even some post-mortems, right, on some stuff where like some of these tests like exploded and like started to cause server issues. So definitely looking forward to all of that. And a kind of a final note on this as well is that they have been, you know, kind of like with the shadows thing, the new shadow setting, they're going to make sure that, well, I assume they're going to try to make sure that if they add new stuff like this, it is going to be potentially optional, right? So if your hardware is going to struggle with it, right, for example, they don't want to kind of force it on you, and then you end up like with performance issues, right? Like because of this like new technology that they've added to the game. So there is going to be some granularity with like how they actually approach adding this to the game in terms of the in-game settings as well. So the next question was actually a super interesting one, and it was about Desert Borderlands. And this was very, very interesting. Like Colin was talking about how the biggest blunder they made with making Desert Borderlands was that instead of thinking about like, okay, what do players want out of a world versus world Borderland, they were thinking much more like, we're adding this really crazy feature that we love in Heart of Thorns, gliding. How do we make a map that makes gliding useful? Right? And of course, yeah, as you might expect, and to be clear, the devs very much like own this. This was a good, very good answer. They completely owned that is just, that is just not allowed. You can't do that. And as a result of it, people didn't like it. It was too big, a little bit too convoluted to move around, wasn't really what the players were looking for. And to be honest, because they didn't really have it tested in an open way, didn't really get a lot of feedback on it, it was too late. By the time they realized, oh, people don't really like this, it was actually too late, and it was like, well, here we go, like, put it in the game, it is what it is. I don't know what to tell you. So yeah, really interesting to kind of hear that autopsy of like that that kind of approach there, and that's really informed their approach of developing things in the game. Like for example, Push, they did like the full gray box version, and then like over time, right, like they added more stuff to it, and we really had like a super kind of very close tie to that development period, and they're going to do the same with the new Borderland they're going to be adding. That's actually going to be starting up later this year, actually, so super exciting. Like there's going to be Hall of Monuments and a new World versus World Borderland to talk about. They also said that they actually prefer this approach over a PTR, like some games like World of Warcraft use, because it just lets everyone participate. And I actually do agree with that. I really like their beta system in this game. When they test their elite specs, like everyone can have a go, right? You know, Push, everyone can have a go. Don't have to like download a new game client, like all this kind of crazy stuff. I wish they'd done it with fashion templates, okay? That would have saved them some rough PR, but like maybe next time, right? But yeah, you know, I actually do really like their kind of testing system like within the game. It's actually very, very nice. Next question. Here we go. So this next question was about how are ArenaNet going to keep good player counts on old content, kind of like in this, you know, again, in this kind of like downtime as you were for Guild Wars 2. Like, how are they going to rotate players around here? And I kind of already spoiled the answer to this question. They basically talked a lot about, well, actually, Guild Wars 2 is kind of popping, right? We've got a lot more players into it. And, well, look, we don't need to kind of repeat myself here too much, but basically, a lot of the things that are going to happen over the next couple of years, I think are actually going to be really good for Guild Wars 2, right? We're going to have new stuff to do, new ore map, right? Like weekly reasons, or, you know, kind of reasons every like 1.5 months or 2 months to log in, do stuff, fill out your Hall of Monuments, get some rewards. Obviously, they're going to be hyping up Guild Wars 3, which is going to get people engaged with Guild Wars as a whole, right? So it's going to be, you know, posts about Guild Wars 3, you know, hopefully gameplay, right? Like trailers, lore posts, right? Yada, yada, yada. And that's going to generate a lot of interest and will keep the player count in Guild Wars really, really high. They also did give a couple of, I think, really encouraging things, is that they view this as a really great opportunity to address some like long-standing player concerns. In particular, new player experience and onboarding, because again, new players coming in because of the Guild Wars 3 announcement. So yeah, you want to make sure they stick, right? They get onboarded correctly. And of course, one thing they said that was really cool, and I hope we see this, is that they're going to look, or they're thinking about trying to put information in the game so that players don't have to use external sources to figure stuff out. I imagine stuff like the boon system, aspects of the combat system, like, you know, telling you what you should do. Like, how do you farm a legendary? How do you start doing fractals, right? Like, how do you start raiding? Very, very nice. This is a really long-standing problem, I think, with all MMOs, let's be honest here, but certainly Guild Wars 2 as well. So yeah, I would love to see that, because again, like if they have all these new players coming in, which I think they absolutely do, and they said, you know, in a big way, they're expecting a lot of players to actually try Guild Wars 2, even post Guild Wars 3. Like they're expecting Guild Wars 3 to kind of like funnel some people to come back and try to get the rewards, or just simply to try the game, like in between Guild Wars 3 releases. So then again, they're not worried about this whatsoever. I think. And yeah, I very much am inclined to agree with this, like both in this kind of period of maintenance, like as Grouch put it, but yeah, even post Guild Wars 3, like bear in mind, guys, like this is a very common thing that the MMO industry does, right? With this, is that they run multiple games. Like Blizzard do this with Classic, and of course Retail WoW, RuneScape runs RuneScape and Old School, right? So yeah, I don't, maybe I'm just cooked on this, but again, they've been stating over and over and over again, Guild Wars 3 is not the same as Guild Wars 2. Very different, completely new thing in MMOs, right? Guild Wars 2 isn't going anywhere. They're going to keep developing it, right? I think it's important to remember that. So I'm not worried whatsoever about Guild Wars 2. I do think that this actually is an issue external to Guild Wars 3. I think some old metas, especially ones that aren't super rewarding or maybe fail a bit more, stuff like Dragon's End, Dragon Stand, again, like super old, or like stuff like Epoch. These do need a bit of help, and I think they should potentially look at rescaling those to make them function with lower player counts, because yeah, like they are a little bit quiet sometimes, and that might need to be addressed with scaling changes or just reward changes to make people want to go back and play them, which again, they could maybe address in their kind of polished pass, or simply just adding more events. Like, I really like the event system they have where they go, aha, look, everyone go play Soto this week. Everyone go play, you know, EOD this week, right? That kind of stuff, like the rush or, you know, the rush events they have, I think are really good for kind of managing players, especially as Guild Wars 2 will infinitely expand, right? It's not like the old content goes away. So inevitably, as they add more content, players are going to be spread around more and more, like events start overlapping, so the player base gets divided up, all that kind of stuff. It's inevitable. You can't really prevent that. So they are going to have to look at this, like, just straight up. You know, even in a world where this isn't happening, we're not doing Guild Wars 3, this actually is a problem that I do think needs to be addressed. It's something I've talked about previously, actually. Like, they do need to look at player balancing. Perhaps even a little bit more than they are right now, because I think there are some areas of the game that do get a little bit underpopulated, actually. So next up, they talked a little about mobile, and I think, you know, the implication of the question was like, ooh, are you guys going to mobile, okay, on all of these other games? I said no. Like, you know, the mobile is just something that made sense for Guild Wars 1. Basically, wouldn't really make a lot of sense for 2, and again, they're going in the console direction with 3. So no, don't worry, guys. Okay, we're not going Guild Wars 2 mobile. Okay, don't you guys have any phones? Okay, but yeah, basically, Guild Wars 1 did super well. They wanted to see if they could get it onto mobile. They absolutely could, and they felt that the game works pretty well on mobile, right? Like, they already had it going on the Steam Deck, and mobile also worked pretty well there, but not something that we're going to be looking at for 2 and 3, pretty much. And yeah, ArenaNet is not going to become a mobile game dev studio. At least not yet. Okay. And the next question was kind of similar. It was basically like, oh, could we ever see Guild Wars 2 come to console? And this was super interesting. I was surprised by this. They were thinking about this back in the day, right? They were actually thinking about developing Guild Wars 2 for console, but didn't work out. And they even reconsidered it. I think when Colin came back to the studio, they reconsidered it. Like, oh, could we maybe get Guild Wars 2 onto console? Because again, you know, this is something that has happened, right? Like, obviously, you know, people like to use a controller to play MMOs, and there's obviously, you know, add-ons and support for that, but it's not the same as playing it natively on a console. Final Fantasy 14, of course, has that support. And I think players really like that as well. So it's not a surprise they were thinking about it. Didn't really work out in the end. Like, I think it was just not really super viable. You know, it would have compromised the game. They would have had to kind of change it too much, especially when it's later in its stages. So basically, Guild Wars 2 is not coming to console, I think, anytime soon. Doesn't mean that you can't use it with a controller or something, because again, like stuff like Action can kind of help you out with that. But yeah, good luck managing your inventory. That's something they actually called out with that as well. And yeah, like the console thing was very much something that they really wanted to do with Guild Wars 3, and that makes sense, right? Because it's going in that kind of action-oriented direction there as well. Okay. Whew. We've been going for a while, guys. Next question is coming right up. And I'll tell you what the question was. Kind of an interesting one. It was a bit of a weird question, to be honest. Like, I'm not really sure if you could... It's not a... I don't know about this one. It was like, why did you guys make 3 games across 3 different timelines? And it's like, well, I mean... What do you want us to do? Like, direct sequels? Direct sequels would have been a lot trickier on this, because obviously, right, like then you have some weird potential time overlaps. You almost like limit the amount of time you have. Like, the answer, I think, was obviously exactly what you'd expect, right? It's 3 very different games, and they want to explore different settings. I think one thing that I personally find really exciting is they really emphasize that, oh yeah, in Guild Wars 2, you're going to see the technology advance a lot. Like, there's loads of tech happening in Guild Wars 2, like all of the Jade tech stuff, all of the golems, all the Azura like stuff that's going on there. That's going to continue to advance and go, you know, into the future, into Guild Wars, you know, into the future of Guild Wars 2. But 3, there's none of that, right? Unlucky for Colin because he's an NG main, but no, there's no tech. It's a very high fantasy universe. We got a little bit of a little bit more information. It was kind of obvious from the trailer they were going in a super high fantasy direction with Guild Wars 3, which personally I do like. Actually, I love high fantasy stuff. Very colorful, very bright, very whimsical. So yeah, basically here they want to really just explore very different settings, very different stories, and ultimately they're very different games. Like, you know, Guild Wars 1, more of a co-op MMO hybrid. Guild Wars 2, of course, that big, expansive open world mass player experience. And Guild Wars 3 going to be something else a little bit different, that high fantasy, well, without the technology of Guild Wars 2. So different lore, different, you know, a different texture to the world, different interactions, right? Like, you know, obviously like an entirely different story to tell because of the environment that all of the characters are going to, find themselves in there as well. And yeah, they kind of called out again, no Char, no Azura in 3. So you aren't going to have that kind of industrial tech feel of the Char or that sci-fi element of the Azura that's, you know, kind of woven into Guild Wars 2, especially with Ender Dragons, right? And all of the Jade tech stuff that's going on there. And what's interesting is that they said in Guild Wars 3, there's almost no technology. That is going to be pretty interesting because, of course, in Guild Wars 1, you had all of that Azuran technology, right? Like in Eye of the North, they had, you know, early, well, I say early compared to Guild Wars 2 technology, but they're saying in Guild Wars 3, nope, right? Like it is super fantasy stuff. Like, so none of those elements really coming through, which I think is going to be really interesting to see how that actually turns out. Like, especially for the Azura, of course, right? Because if the Azura don't have that tech, that's been a big defining part of the Azura, right? Like as a people. So that's going to be quite interesting to see how that actually ends up going there as well, if you ask me, with that one as well. But yeah, there you go. How about that, guys? How about that? And the final question, and what a question to end on. It was the classic. It was like the job interview, okay? It was, where does Guild Wars 2 see itself in 5 years? And I think they actually gave the perfect answer. I really do. They said, like now, right? Continuing to develop, continuing to add more content, right? You know, evolving, of course, right? Improving things like adding new systems, quality of life, content, like, you know, doing what they're doing now. Like they feel very confident, I think, in the model that they found here, this yearly expansion model. They're feeling really good about it. And yeah, of course, we are basically taking a bit of a break until after the release of Guild Wars 3. So I'd expect to hear about, you know, I think we'll probably see a Guild Wars 2 expansion in 2028 rather, I assume. Of course, we'll find out more on that later. But yeah, we're going to be going back to that and it'll be like nothing ever happened, guys. And of course, like, I think it is really cool to see how this is going to go because there are going to be these kind of elements like, oh, you know, something happens in 3 and it might have kind of a lore ramification like, oh, wow, that really makes a lot of sense. Now we know a little bit more about 1 and 2. And the other way around, right? We're going to have probably some little teasers, right? Going into this new map on Ore that will give us a clue about what's going on in 3. They're going to have this interwoven quality that I think is going to be really exciting to explore. And, you know, of course, more importantly, look, if you're a Guild Wars fan, check this out, guys. Think about this. Imagine this. Guild Wars 3 drops, 6 months later, Guild Wars 2 expansion, maybe a couple months later after that, Guild Wars 1 DLC. I mean, goodness me, let's go. We could be playing this game. You could never leave, guys. You're going to be trapped here forever. And that was very much the vibe they got. There was a lot of confidence in this interview, actually, which I really love to see, actually. Like, I love this bold communication and bold, ambitious strategy. To be honest, right? Like really, really good. Really, really good to see that from these developers. I think it was funny, especially the audio issues made it. And look, it's an ArenaNet classic, guys. An absolute ArenaNet classic. And yeah, I really hope we see this type of communication going forwards. Right? It was great. I want to see more streams. I want to see more videos. I want to see microphones being correctly used. Okay. I want to see the gain being appropriate on all of these mics as well. It's going to be a great time. It was a really fun video. I very much hope to see more. It has been confirmed that there is going to be some more news about Guild Wars 3 coming this week. I will try to cover it. I'm going to be in Canada, but I will try to sort something out. I'll try to stream and go over it and obviously upload to YouTube as well. So I'll definitely see you then. But yeah, there might be a bit of a brief disruption to your regular service here on Guild Wars 3 Slop Daily, as I am going to be away for the next week. But I am over there in Canada with Sneb and Darren, so there hopefully will be a tea time and some content. Like, if anything happens, we will do our best to coverage it, and you'll get 3 of us. You get 3 for the price of 1, which is, you know, coincidentally also the name of Guild Wars 3 that is going to be coming up next. But yep, that solves everything I have to say about that Q&A. I definitely recommend watching it. It's going to be linked in the video description, of course, so go check that out. But that is gonna just about do it for this video. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you enjoyed my take, my breakdown on this little dev Q&A, and you're looking forward to more. There's gonna be more content to come, guys, so make sure you subscribe, okay? Make sure you watch all the other videos, like, comment, enjoy, all that stuff. Come and watch the stream here on YouTube, on Twitch, all that stuff. Buy the game using my referral link. Get ready to buy Guild Wars 3, guys, as well. Yeah, don't think I forgot about that. It's gonna be good, okay? I'm gonna have infinite gems, very nice. But yeah, get ready for a billion years of Guild Wars. Okay, you're gonna be playing this in the retirement home, guys. You'll never escape the black hole, okay, of doom, the doom vortex of Guild Wars. But yeah, that's gonna do it for me, guys. Thanks for watching. I will see you next time. That'll do for now. Incredible. Okay, there we go. The eternity of Guild Wars 2. Right. That's that. I'm kind of, I think Annie's just finishing up Chalice of Tears. So I think, oh wait, no, she did it. Oh, she just did it, actually. That's perfect timing, guys. I finished my slop. She finished Chalice of Tears. Nice. Yeah, sorry, guys. I've got, look, I'll have you know, I am really important and I've got people in my DMs. Shrimplaz. I saw a Gilson when I was in uni. It would be funny if I could play it in retirement home. Yeah, you will be able to. Okay. Go pack. No, I'm not done just yet, guys. I'm not going to do a long stream. I am going to basically have a bit of a talk with anniefuchsia in just a moment, actually. We're going to talk about MMOs and, of course, Guild Wars and all sorts of wonderful, wonderful things. And yeah, then I probably will kind of pack it up at that point. Because yeah, as you imagine, one, I want to get a bit of sleep. I want to get a bit of sleep today. I've got to leave at 5 a.m. To obviously make it to the airport. And obviously I want to make sure that I'm not going to forget anything, right? So yeah, not going to be a long stream today, guys. Which World vs. World server is us in? Let me see. Bloodstone Gulch. Is it your first time visiting Canada? Yeah. It's my first time leaving Europe. I have never left Europe, guys. I'm a Euro friend. Public meetup in Calgary when? To be honest, I think it's something that I think it's open to something that Sneb might be open to. Like this was just like kind of like a YOLO thing, but Sneb has expressed interest in doing more of like a regular meetup thing that we could do. SlugCon. Found out the world is flat. Yeah, that's true, actually. I'm gonna have to conceal that information. No, I'm not going for the World Cup, guys. I'm not a football follower, I guess. ArenaNet Studio? No, I'm not going to the United States. Would like to, though. I think it'd be really fun to visit the studio and obviously meet the devs in person. I've interacted with a lot of devs, of course. Online, but not met them in person, of course. Yeah, for sure. I would definitely like to do some kind of like regular meetup. And Seb said he'd want to do it in different places, like, not just Canada, but, maybe the States, Europe as well. Why Canada? Because it's just, where Sneb's at. Like, Sneb came to the UK. He came to do a 5K with me where I live. And now I'm going back, and we're also doing a bit of a meetup at Sneb's place in Canada. He doesn't read YouTube. I do, yes. I was just like very locked in on doing my YouTube video, right? YouTube slop. IRL streams. I don't know exactly. I don't know exactly how possible that is, but I will try. I have a setup. I've got a GoPro. I have a thing that attaches the GoPro to my head. I will try to stream. I'm taking my laptop, so I'm going to be streaming from Sneb's place. We're going to do some streams together. We'll probably like react to news or whatever. Darren's there too, guys. It's going to be me, Sneb, and Darren's. We'll all like react to stuff, right? As you might expect. Yeah. I'm gonna sort out the memes in just a moment. But yeah, there will be content. And yeah, we're gonna do some hiking as well. I'll try to stream the hikes. I don't know how possible it is, but I'll do my best, guys. I can't. I don't know how possible it is. You know what I mean? I don't know, but I will try. I think Sneb's gonna try as well. So maybe if it's not on my stream, it might be on Sneb's stream. First Chalice blind. That's honestly such a fun time. Right. Hold on. Yo. Let's do this. Hello? Should that be my opening, guys? I'm just gonna call and then just like yell, hello?
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Hi.
Welcome.
Thank you. How are you doing?
I'm doing very well, thank you. You just had a good adventure there. That's a classic right there. Chalice of Tears. We love that.
Yes. I actually just managed to finish it just in time.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah. It's a good one.
Yeah.
Like that is a really fun time, I think. Some fear it, right? But actually, it's actually a very enjoyable experience, especially when you're kind of figuring it out, right? It's difficult, but it's kind of fair, I think. That's the nice thing about it. It's like a really good jumping puzzle. It was made by a very well-loved developer who made the Super Adventure Box, if you're familiar with that, actually.
Oh,
yeah, and
same
also...
guy?
Yeah. It was Josh Foreman. Was big into.
Oh, that's my favorite event, actually.
Yeah. I love Super Adventure Box. It's really fun, right? Like it is really fun. I'm a big fan of it. Did you play it through on? Did you play it through on Tribulation mode, by the way, or?
I actually did not.
Oh,
no.
you gotta try that next time.
Now in hindsight,
Yeah.
next year, I guess. I didn't, because I heard about how ridiculous it is. It's like basically playing Kaizo.
Yeah.
And I didn't, but next time.
Yeah, it is 100% worth it. It is really, really fun. And the amount of effort that's put into it is like truly remarkable, actually. It's just like this random little mini game off the side of Guild Wars 2. And then it's just got this crazy effort, this super complex pathing that you have to find your way through this like gauntlet of death through the super adventure box. It's really, really fun.
Yeah, no, I love it so much because I grew up with, the classic platformers.
Yeah.
So, like Super Mario, for example. So seeing something like that in my MMO is really cool. I love the different, what's it called? Cosmetics that you get from it as well. Like the weapons, the glitched ones, the music items. I don't know if they're called music items, but you know the items where you can play the retro type of music.
Yeah.
I love it so much. It's so good, actually.
It is. It absolutely is. And now here we stand on the precipice of Guild Wars 3. Of course, you've been playing the game relatively recently, right? Like you're working your way through it. I think you're on Living World Season 3, of course, is where you're at now. So still plenty to go left in that adventure. And I think, honestly, a great time to be here, right? Because, I'll spoil the dev interview for a little bit, but the way that this kind of new system, the Hall of Monuments, right, that they're adding to the game in the waiting period for Guild Wars 3, it's going to take you all the way through the game, right? There's going to be stuff to do, rewards to earn, like achievements to do, all the way through from the core game all the way through to the end. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a perfect opportunity for me to also get through those because it gives me a bit of a tempo. Because so I started playing last year around October, I think it was. Somebody pointed out it was around the time that I did the jump puzzle for the clock tower. So that's how I kind of knew it was around October last year. And I've been, as you probably know, I play a lot of different games on stream, right? So I play Guild Wars in like my own sort of patches. So I play maybe like I played the core game all in a row because I felt like it needs to be played in a row because it belongs together. And then I've played the Living World seasons. Whenever I do a season, I play the whole season together as well. And then I take breaks in between, basically, right? So I did Heart of Thorns a few weeks ago. And then now with Guild Wars 3 being announced, I'm like, okay, well, that's a perfect time to hop in again. So I'm doing Living World Season 3. Sorry. Yes, Season 3. And then, just doing everything in order, chronological order, with those breaks. And now that Guild Wars 3 has been announced, especially with the beta next year, I'm like, oh, okay, I was originally doing an expansion every 2-3 months. At this point, I'm not sure if that's like enough. I think I need to do a little bit faster because I do want to finish it in time before I hop into Guild Wars 3. But now with the Hall of Monuments that you mentioned, that gives me even more structure to how I can play because if they're adding things to each expansion and they're going chronologically, that's perfect. Yeah. Because that means I have, little mini goals that I can follow, which is really nice. I don't know. I just like things being structured. I don't know how you are with this kind of thing, but I like things being structured, and I feel like ArenaNet is giving me that. So it's perfect. Yeah, I think it'll be a really exciting time for the game as well, because this is very reminiscent of something they did previously. There was another kind of content gap a while ago while we were waiting for another expansion, and they ran something very similar to this in a way, called the Season of the Dragons, right? Which was basically like this. It was like, you go back and almost have a bit of a victory lap of the game before the next expansion, and it was crazy. Like it was essentially a year of no content. That's what it was. Like in reality, but it was before an expansion. Exciting. This was before an expansion. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Which expansion was that? It was before End of Dragons. Okay. Because basically what happened was there was kind of like a bit of a happening at the studio, a bit of a restructuring pretty much. And they had they had to kind of go like, okay, right, we want to cook a new expansion, but we can't really do that much, right? From now until then. So here, victory lap. And it was really exciting because it was, I think it was like every 2-week schedule, basically. There was a new thing. They'd go over, you go back, everyone in the game would go back to a new zone and go and replay all of it and do a bunch of the content there. It was really exciting. And I'm expecting... It's like a similar idea then. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm expecting it to be pretty similar, actually, to that. And, well, you can even still do those achievements in the game right now, actually. In fact, you're doing them even if you're not necessarily noticing, because...
Okay, just by playing through it?
Yeah, just by playing through it, yeah. And you get, basically, once you've played through all of the story, pretty much, you'll just get a free legendary item, which is pretty fun there as well. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no, I'm really excited about it. And it's interesting that you mentioned this one because I've not heard of this one where they did extra content in a sort of dead time or like quotation mark dead time of content, because I also heard that between Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2, there was another similar thing that happened where I think that's when they introduced Hall of Monuments.
That's right.
Is that right? Yeah, so it's nice to see that ArenaNet has had these ideas that are really unique, at least from what I have seen. But like, I've tried a lot of MMOs, I've never seen that before, where they connect their games together. I mean, to be fair, most companies only have one MMO. I think ArenaNet is one of the few that's successfully actually running multiple. And that's also why I'm so excited about Guild Wars 3, because I feel like if there's any company that will be able to push another sequel to their MMO, it is probably ArenaNet, because they have shown signs of it before. And they one of my favorite things actually about ArenaNet is the innovation part. I feel like when they make their games, or these MMOs at least, they really try to create something that's new and not just like, hey, World of Warcraft is really popular, so let's do the same thing, but like change a few things up, you know, maybe just add a new skin to the game. But they try to do something different, you know, like the horizontal progression, I think, is a big one. I'm not sure if they were first, but it's my first, you know, proper experience of horizontal progression. And I think that's really nice. I really like it.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And I think that's one of the reasons why I'm so excited about it. Like I've definitely said, yeah, if anyone can do this, if anyone can pull it off, right? Like we've seen New World, you know, that's gone. Like Destiny 2, that's also gone now as well. Ashes of Creation never even existed, right? Like all this stuff is just, it's looking rough, right? But yeah, like if anyone can pull this off, I do genuinely believe it's ArenaNet. And I have been loving the messaging actually coming out of ArenaNet, like regarding 3. They're saying, yeah, we're here to make a big splash in the games industry. We're gonna be bringing new ideas to the table. Like Guild Wars 3, it's not going to be like Guild Wars 2. It's not going to be like Guild Wars 1. And like, certainly not like any of the other MMOs out there. Like they're very much looking to do their own thing and bring new ideas to the table, which, yeah, I think is incredibly exciting. Because yeah, like I think that there's definitely a bit of a hunger for a new game. There's a reason why, you know, New World did have a lot of people have a go. Like, you know, all the streamers were having a go at it, right? There's a reason why people were super engaged and were following the amusing train wreck that was Ashes of Creation and all of these other projects, right? Like, there's a reason why. It's because, yeah, there is an audience for that. And I think ArenaNet realized that, and they're looking to give the people what they want.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's two sides of it, because I think that people were, so around the Corona times, around when World of Warcraft actually was at its bottom, I don't know if you saw the whole picture of it, but from my perspective, at least, what happened was, for the first time, WoW is like reaching a bottom where people are just really sick of being on this hamster wheel, of feeling pressured to do so much content in the game, just to be able to do that one thing that they want to do. It was very alt unfriendly. It was very other specs unfriendly with, for example, you needed certain legendaries to push content. And if you wanted to, you know, just randomly decide to change spec, like, hey, I'm a Frost Mage, but I want to play Arcane, you'd have to go back and repeat older content that you may not be interested in, like Torghast, for example. Not older content, but other content, rather. It's still from the same expansion. You would be forced to go back and redo repetitive content just to change spec. And then we also had the Covenant system, which also kind of like tied you to be forced to play a certain spec, which may not be the one that was ideal for your class or for your like damage spec. There were so many things that you had to think about. So most people felt annoyed if they ever felt like playing a different spec or even an alt. So that was like one part of it. Another part of it was there was lots of grinds. There was lots of just time sinks that felt annoying. Like people wanted to log in to do raids or to do Mythic Plus or to do PvP. But if you wanted to do any of those things, you first had to go through this whole progress or this whole process to get to that point. And I think people were just really sick of it. And then at the same time, that's when the whole Blizzard scandal also dropped. We found out a lot of things that happened behind the scenes. So Blizzard got a really tarnished reputation for that reason as well. So gameplay was down, reputation was down, everything was down. And I think for many people, this was the point when they became a bit more open to the idea of trying another MMO. Myself included. Before that time, I wasn't really that interested because I'm like, well, I've put my entire life into this game. Why should I play another MMO? But that was the first time that I also became, interested in maybe checking out what do other games do? How are other MMOs? I'm playing this one, but is there a reason? Are there things that other MMOs do that is more fun in any way? And so I think at the time, I think Final Fantasy XIV happened to have the best stars aligned for them because they had just invested into lots of marketing right before the scandal even happened. So for them, I think a lot of WoW players ended up trying out Final Fantasy XIV as their second MMO, and that game blew up in many ways. I think from like ex-WoW players at least, a lot of people were playing Final Fantasy XIV. And then when people discovered that, they were like, I want to see what other MMOs exist as well. So people then, tried out some ESO, Guild Wars 2, and people started having a lot more perspective into what other games do. And that's when I discovered for the first time that, hey, Guild Wars 2 has a completely different monetization system. Because Final Fantasy XIV was still pretty similar to WoW in many ways. But Guild Wars 2 was the one that was really different. So I think from then on, anyways, I think the perspective of trying new MMOs opened up a lot. Then New World came, Lost Ark came. I'm not sure if you played that. A lot of other MMOs came, and with that, what also kind of happened over time is that people started feeling a bit more cynical over time. Oh, I just got DC'd. Oops. More cynical over time because every MMO they played ended up having issues. New MMOs started having issues. The monetization became more and more disgusting because people started now like discovering Asian MMOs, which were completely different to what we were used to. Like with Lost Ark, for example, and there was a bunch of other MMOs as well where people are spending thousands of dollars into it. And I think we kind of reached a point now, the last maybe 2-3 years, where I have felt, at least with my community, when there's a new MMO to try out, they are not as exciting as they were a few years ago. Because now they're like, okay, another like monetization scam, another, like something insert negative. And people are really tired of it. And I actually remember I tweeted a couple weeks ago or something, and I think you responded to that tweet, didn't you?
I did, yeah. I think you were talking about, it's a sorry state that we find ourselves in when it comes to the new MMOs.
Yes.
And I said, well, Ada might have some good news for you on in that regard.
Yeah.
And turns out they do. Well, hopefully anyway.
And it's so interesting because when you said that, I was like, yeah, sure. But I wasn't like 100% into it, because I was like, yeah, okay, sure, I guess we'll see. Because people were talking about the Riot MMO, right? Which is years from now, and I don't even know if they're gonna pull it off. But it was more of a reminder how, like, damn, we all want our nice, cozy, not cozy necessarily, but nice MMOs that we can call home, and we're all just kind of like broken from trying so many things and getting disappointed. And actually, my tweet was for a different reason as well. I think especially since I've been playing more variety games as well, what I've noticed is that MMO itself as a genre is dying. And the reason why I say that is because not many new people get into MMOs. And if you look at the average age of MMO people, I don't know if there's any like confirmed stats, but I believe there's truth to it, that the average age is, mid-30s. And I think the average age of that is going to continue going up because there's not any new people getting into the genre, which is kind of sad if you think about it, because 20 years ago when WoW was new, lots of teenagers played the game. There were many people in their 20s playing the game. And now those people are growing up and maybe still playing, but there's not that many new fresh blood coming in. And I think that's also bad for the MMO genre in the long run, because it means that as a genre, it's dying. And that's what I meant with my tweet. I want MMOs to be back, because I want it to be back as a mainstream genre. Not just like we all get a good MMO, but I also want it to be, I don't know how this is going to happen, if it's even possible because of the new TikTok age of dopamine kicks. But I would love for MMOs to be at a place where it's considered something like a fun genre. And yeah, that's what I was talking about in the tweet. And yeah, I remember you saying Guild Wars 3, and I was like, yeah, sure. But I still wasn't like convinced it's gonna make that change. But I have to say that the past few things that I've watched from Guild Wars 3, what ArenaNet has been saying, has been pretty promising, because I think they're aware that MMOs need a revolution, like that they need something different, not just the same things as we have, but better graphics and better performance and better, you know, these things, but actually something different. And I think that's the part that excites me the most. Yeah. And I'm sorry, I'm talking so much.
No, it's quite all right. That's what you're here for. That's what we're both here for. Okay, that's the point. It's the infinite live radio show. That's the whole point of us. But yeah, no, for sure. I completely agree with you. And I think where people got confused with, I think what you were getting at, is that, you know, if you do look, because I guess I have a slight bit of optimism regarding this. If I look at the current MMOs, they're honestly doing super well, in my opinion. Like, I think, you know, like Retail WoW, for example, I think has really kind of responded to a lot of that feedback. You know, they got there in the end. You know, if you look at stuff like, you know, certainly from Dragonflight and, you know, even more so now in Midnight, like, I think the game has kind of never been, like, more approachable if you like playing lots of different characters, right? Like, you want to gear up quickly and, you know, not worry too much about being a complete degenerate grinder, right, in order to even be able to play the game, which I think is really
absolutely.
good.
It's become so much more casual friendly.
Yeah. But no, at the same time, I think you're absolutely right. Like in your assessment, like regarding the MMO space, is that ultimately this is a genre that is less relevant, right? Than basically, you know, than it has been previously. That's certainly the case. And yeah, that there is a big need for there to be a slightly new approach in order to kind of like revitalize it as a genre, not just for us boomers, but also for other people as well, like for, you know, for other gamers as well, because yeah, like it would be amazing to see, right? It would be amazing to see like a new generation of players having a go at this sort of thing there and getting into the MMO space. And yeah, I think that is kind of like what ArenaNet is looking for. Like again, especially because they're looking at console as well. They're not just looking at PC. They do really want to cast a pretty wide net, I think, right? Like with who they're looking to harpoon into the game with Guild Wars 3, yeah, and I am expecting it to be very, very different. Like I find myself every day warning my audience, listen, gamers, this is not going to be Guild Wars 2, but in Unreal with some more pixels. That's not what this is going to be. This is going to be a fundamentally different experience, right? Like, and I'm all for that. I want that. Like, I want to see new stuff, right? You know, like you know, in the way our stories are kind of reversed here. Like I got into retail about halfway through Dragonflight, and it's great. Like I really like Retail WoW, but here's the thing.
Oh, you never played it before?
No, not really. Well, I played like original classic back in the day, but I basically stopped playing in Cataclysm, so I'd never played like modern WoW, if that makes any sense, right? So no kind of, you know, M plus, right? Like all that kind of stuff, like mythic raiding. Like that was, you know, that was before my time. With all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I've only recently started to play Retail quite a bit more. And you know, it's a great game, but in a way, I felt like I was just playing Guild Wars 2, but slightly different and with different content. Do you know what I mean? Like all these MMOs, they have kind of a lot of in common. They share the DNA. Obviously, they have distinctions, right? Like, you know, Guild Wars 2, horizontal. WoW is obviously vertical, right? Big focus on raiding. Guild Wars 2 has a big focus on open world, right? But at the end of the day, like, I didn't actually find them to be as different as I was expecting in a really, really weird way. Like the fundamental experience of, you know, like building up your character, right? And, you know, you're doing quests and dungeons and raids, PvP, right? Like all that stuff. Yeah. Like you know, it's an MMO, right? And obviously I'm not expecting ArenaNet to completely come up with some kind of truly alien eldritch experience that is like beyond our comprehension. But I am really looking forward to some new ideas. Like, you know, I feel like some games tried to do this. I do think New World did, to give it credit, did try to pushed the genre a little bit. Didn't work out super well in my opinion, but I think even stuff like the fact that you can chop every single tree and pick up every single rock you find, I actually love that stuff. That's so cool.
Loved it too.
I think it's so cool. I love that, right? And that's what I'm looking for.
I spent 90% of my time just doing professions.
Yeah.
And also like access to all professions. Like with WoW being limited to 2, also felt a bit like outdated to some degree. Because if it's a true fantasy, like what if I want to become an expert in every profession? And in New World, you could do that, and that was really fun.
Yeah. No, I completely agree with that. And that's the kind of thing that I'm expecting, but obviously even more so, right? Because like, as you say, right? ArenaNet are a studio that are known for kind of innovating a bit and coming up with some new stuff and trying some stuff out that other games don't necessarily go for. So with any luck, they will deliver that. I better be able to chop all the trees. Okay, if I can't chop all the trees, I'm not going to be happy. And yeah, of course, the combat system is, I think, going to be pretty different to what we've heard. And the way they've been talking about the grouping system, like, I think one thing that's really interesting to note, and I think some people are worried about this, but it makes a lot of sense, right? In the MMO space right now, a lot of people like to play solo at the end of the day, right? That's like a big thing.
Yeah,
people play these games solo. And I think Guild Wars 3 is likely going to have a big focus on that. They talk about, oh, you can experience the world, venture out on your own or group up with your allies, right? And, explore a rich, luscious world, that kind of stuff. Yeah. Very interesting. And again, I think that's also going to...
they said solo or with friends.
Exactly,
like they're using the wording already.
Yeah, and also, at the same time, they're very clearly saying this is an MMO, because some people did get a bit rustled by that. They were thinking, oh, is it going to be a bit more like kind of like something like Destiny, something like Warframe, that kind of angle? A little bit
like an
less
MMO light.
MMO light, yeah. But the thing is, I don't think so. I think we are looking at something that's going to be a bit different, or that will kind of blend some of these ideas together in a more seamless way. Because at every opportunity, they've been saying, this is an MMORPG. This is going to be a massive world where you're going to explore, you're going to play with other players. So I don't think it's going to be MMO light, to be honest.
Yeah, no, I don't think so either.
Yeah.
I listened further, and they did use the wording open world. I don't think they would say open world if it's like sort of, instance linear content with friends. I think it will definitely be a proper MMO, and who knows what kind of what's the word, like what kind of direction they go with that as well, because people mentioned before they hope that there's no like loading screens between different zones. So maybe that's one of the things that they would consider, make the world entirely seamless. Because people were talking about, for example, Crimson Desert. It's not an MMO, but that world is so big and it's all like one seamless map. And I think a lot of people who play MMOs want that because it feels more immersive.
No, absolutely. And I think it's one of the interesting things about Guild Wars, right? Is it does have that different approach. And there's a reason they did that. I think it's because they wanted to have this instancing system that would allow them to kind of discreetly manage player populations, that kind of enables this massive play style that 50 plus players doing a world boss. Because look, we know how that goes in WoW, let me tell you that.
No, that is very true. WoW really struggles with that. 100%.
Yeah. And I think that was like a big reason why they wanted to do that. But again, I think we are potentially looking at a game that's still going to have that open world potential, but they're going to be less focus on those massive groups, more focus on kind of having a deep interaction between smaller groups of players, which to me, I actually think sounds kind of amazing, right? Like, I think that something that can happen in MMOs sometimes is that everything kind of gets a bit lost in the sauce, right? You're just like drowning in like a sea of massive particles, like exploding off this boss or whatever. I kind of like the idea of having a bit more focused combat, right? Like where every move kind of matters, like positioning is very important, right? And like your direct interactions. Positioning, momentum, right? You could like run and leap off walls and stuff, right? It's gonna be crazy what's going on with this, right? Like super interesting approach. I can't wait until they show gameplay, I have to say. Like they're teasing us.
I'm so excited for that too.
It is unbelievable. Let me in. Okay, come on.
Yeah. And beta already next year. I'm actually so excited.
Yeah.
I think it's a great timeline.
It is a really, really great timeline because I think it's going to, yeah, like you said, it's going to work out super well for you, I think, because you're going to be able to have the experience of playing through the game, like experiencing all of that stuff. As they polish it up a bit, right, they're going to go back through the game and fix up some stuff because obviously, all the content is a bit scuffed sometimes. That's just the way it is. So they're going to maybe give it a fresh lick of paint, okay, make it a little bit better here and there, like add some new stuff as well. Like they're adding, right, because the boss fight at the end of the core game, right, where you fight Zaitan, it's a bit lame. As I'm sure you've experienced. They're adding a new one. They're adding a proper boss fight. How cool is that?
Yeah, that is crazy. Yeah. updating the core game in that capacity. I think that's really nice and really impressive, and I think it says a lot too about if there's any people who are unsure whether they really trust ArenaNet to continue working on Guild Wars 2. I think we've seen so many signs of it. Like, first of all, like you said, updating a core boss like that's part of the core game. Like, people go through it early in their lifespan and then they, don't really need to go back to it, but they're still putting effort into that, is one thing. And then they mentioned a bunch of other, that was just meant to be one example, right? So they're doing similar updates to other things in the game as well. And then also, I think what happened a few months ago when they did Guild Wars 1 Reforged, I think also says a lot. They're bringing back the even older version. Like, if they're bringing back the oldest version with updates, why would you... Okay, without questioning people, I'll say just personally, that makes me feel confident that they would stick to their word and actually keep both games, continued with continued development even after Guild Wars 3 is out.
Oh yeah, and I love this. I think it really communicates that ArenaNet care about their players. I think a lot of what they've been doing over the last couple of months is really trying to say, we are not abandoning this game, right? Like, we are very committed to maintaining it. We're not replacing it. And yeah, I think Reforged is genuinely a big part of that. Of course, I think they do kind of regret like how that went down. Of course, they did basically put the game into maintenance mode, but it's remarkable, right? How often does that happen? A game is leaving maintenance mode, right? It's actually escaped the event horizon of maintenance mode, and it's back.
Going against the trend right now.
Yeah, and I think that was a big part of their strategy of saying, like, yeah, look, we can do this. We are going to be able to maintain these games. If you love Guild Wars 2 and you're not particularly interested in playing a new game, you're still going to have the same experience, right? We're still going to be able to deliver what you've been expecting. And yeah, they've already, of course, confirmed that they are going back, right? There's going to be this intermission period before the release of Guild Wars 3, but then we are going to go back to yearly expansion releases for Guild Wars 2, kind of similar to what the player base is experiencing now, which is great. Yeah, and I love to see that. That was definitely a concern that I had going into this. Is like, oh well, what does the future of Guild Wars 2 look like in a post Guild Wars 3 world? And yeah, there was definitely a lot of anxiety in the community because of there were a bunch of rumors,
understandably.
Right? Yeah, 100%, right? There were loads of rumors about 3. People were, scouring like LinkedIn profiles and job offerings, right? That ArenaNet were posting, like, what is going on here? What are they doing?
I saw an old video from you from like 3 years ago or something. You already knew.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's been a long time coming. There have always been suspicions, right? And the reason why there is a bit of context on why players, and myself included, were kind of suspicious, is that this is crazy, but you're about to enter Living World Season 4, right? Like when you get to the end of Living World Season 3. This is wild, but that was kind of gonna be the end of Guild Wars 2. Seriously, they were thinking about it. Yeah, like
really?
we know this because of some funny drama actually, where some devs said some things they maybe shouldn't have done. But basically, the writers were told, make it work as an ending. Leave it open just in case, but make it work as an ending. And I'll tell you what, I still remember this to this day when I saw I want no spoilers to be clear, obviously, but when I saw the final cutscene of Living World Season 4, I kind of had a bit of a blood running cold moment because it just felt like roll credits, game over. It was super scary. And it turned out.
So what happened?
Well, this is the thing. This is, I was kind of rambling a little bit there, but this is why people were suspicious about Guild Wars 3, is it turns out that very unfortunately, well, this is not the unfortunate part, but ArenaNet was actually working on a bunch of other projects, right? There's some rumors they were kind of bidding on a Dune MMO project, a Horizon project as well. They were potentially developing, and just some other things as
specifically
well.
those franchises?
Yeah. Well, to be fair,
Okay.
it was we don't know for sure, but it was kind of like, there was some rumors, implications, right, like here and there about what they were doing. But basically, the important part is they were working on other projects, right, that weren't Guild Wars 2. And Guild Wars 2 was kind of being wound down to an extent, right? It was like big finale, big epic, all out, do the ultimate cinematic experience in 2.
Yeah.
And then, it was kind of, they were considering moving on to other projects at that point. And regrettably, and this sucks because it did lead to layoffs, those projects regrettably failed. They didn't work out. And that led to, regrettably some layoffs at the studio, which obviously sucks. Then that was like the rebuild arc. Then the rebuild arc pretty much happened, and that's kind of takes us to where we are today. There was a change in studio leadership, right? And now we are where we are today. And that's
a bunch of changes.
Yeah, and that's basically the context on why people were like, ooh, job listings, that's interesting. Because ArenaNet had kind of done this before, right? Started cooking something in the background while Guild Wars 2 was still kind of ticking along.
So when the if they were potentially working on other titles or other franchises, and then you saw the MMO listings, what was the point that made you think that it's Guild Wars 3 and not just another MMO?
When I started thinking really Guild Wars 3 was when the job listings started to ramp up and they started talking about things like multiplayer game in an existing franchise. And eventually, more recently, they flat out said, this is an app that you're applying to, work on a Guild Wars MMO, unannounced project.
Right,
so
okay.
basically they became more explicit over time to this is pretty obvious what this is, right? Like over time.
Did you think maybe at first that it was an MMO for like another existing franchise?
The first thoughts were, because there were rumors of this card game going around as well, which is still coming theoretically, actually, at some point. There's some kind
like a Guild Wars card game?
Yeah, or something. Like, so there were rumors about a card game, rumors about some kind of like mobile companion app, a couple of different things, right? Like I wasn't like really, okay, this is Guild Wars 3, like immediately. And to be honest, like I didn't really think about it that much, like back in the olden days. It was only more recently that I was like, ooh, hold on a minute. This is getting a little bit
because you were happy with Guild Wars 2, so you didn't really care.
Yeah, I was just like, I was just gaming. I was just, just checking things out. And look, I get it, right? Like at the end of the day, it is, you don't necessarily want to have all your eggs in one basket. Like if ArenaNet were going to develop, perhaps a single player game, right? That would be like a spin-off of Guild Wars 2, a co-op game or something like that, or just perhaps something for another franchise. Like that wasn't something I was opposed to, right? Or anything like that. It's like, I get it.
Yeah.
I get it, Guild Wars 2 is an old game. They might want to develop something else. That's obviously completely fair. But it was when the job listing started to like really heat up that you're like, wait a minute, hold on a minute. Like this is...
Yeah, like what's going on here?
It's happening. It is finally happening. Another Guild Wars is inbound.
Yeah. I remember you read a paper, or one of the articles, they basically leaked that it's Guild Wars 3.
Oh, yeah. That was a big
moment. And I remember
you
saying that it was like a bit sad that, probably for people at ArenaNet, like annoying for them probably, to hear, to see it that way, because like, no, this is not how we wanted to, announce it.
Yeah, no, that was actually, very unfortunate, I think. And yeah, you're absolutely right. It was quite funny, actually. I think it was one of the NCSoft, NCSoft execs kind of getting a little bit bullied by the media. Very funny, actually. And they kind of just like blurted out like, oh, look, Guild Wars 3, don't panic, right? Like, here it comes. And I think that actually really sucks. Obviously, I don't work at ArenaNet, so, my heart bleeds for the multi-million-dollar company. But I think that sucks, right? Like, at the end of the day, the devs are people. The devs are real people. They were obviously, developing this project in the background. And I think it really, really sucks because obviously they had a clear plan on how they wanted to announce that. We now see them doing that, of course. But I think it really, really did make communication really tough for ArenaNet in the meantime, because of course that was quite a while before before they were ready to announce that. And of course, all of a sudden, they don't have any comms prep for that. They can't really say anything that early because that's just not realistic for them to do. And all of a sudden, now everyone's thinking, oh no, Guild Wars 2 is dying. They're gonna shut it down. Maintenance mode cometh, right? Which obviously, as you can imagine, created a lot of anxiety in the community. And to be honest, I actually think one of the reasons they pulled the trigger on this announcement as early as they did, I personally think they would have maybe liked to do it a bit later, actually, because again, I think they said a lot of stuff like, yeah, we want to change the game, we want to solve player problems, but they weren't quite ready to talk about that just yet. Like, I think they would have maybe wanted to wait a little bit longer, but I think the reason they pulled the trigger is because it was honestly getting pretty bad, like, to be honest, in the community. You know, subreddit, official forums, like Discord servers, like streaming communities, there was a lot of anxiety about the game, and I don't blame people as well, right? That's fair, obviously.
No, it makes sense. Yeah, of course you're worried about your game being abandoned.
Yeah, it was stressful, right? It was a stressful time, and that kind of built up, and that, I would say, you know, I think you're absolutely right. That was kind of like the big spark that kind of really got people thinking about 3 and about like what that could potentially mean, you know, like for the future, right, of Guild Wars 2 and just the franchise as a whole.
I think it's really interesting because I think from the outside perspective, most people probably didn't really know about it because like people don't really think, like I didn't know about it. It doesn't really reach the outside circles, but for the inner community, it can be so damaging. Because yeah, like you said, then people start getting worried and people start maybe questioning, should I really be putting hours into this game if it's going to be abandoned anyways? And yeah, like a lot of anxiety within your community. And I don't know if there's anything that you can do. You just have to, like you said, maybe try to rush the announcement a little bit, but you can't rush it too much either because you have to actually create something. And yeah, no, that must have been tough actually for the inner community.
Yeah, it was. And, you know, I think it was tough for ArenaNet as well, because obviously they knew, right? They, you know, they've been working on this game, like realistically from like 2022 is when we think they will probably start cooking it. They knew that what was going on. And obviously like they, you know, especially now that we know what they were actually planning, they were like, oh man, we really want to tell the players that, you know, we're not abandoning you, right? Like we have a great plan, right? For what we want to do. And yeah, to see that anxiety build in the community was probably really, really unpleasant, like for the developers, like not only the players themselves, right? Because
especially when they know they have something fun to say as well.
Exactly. Yeah. But of course, like, you know, they probably needed to wait to make sure that they were actually ready to make this announcement, that it was actually going to go ahead. Because obviously now, like, you know, Guild Wars 3 is coming out, like, you know, 100%. But of course, during development, like that is obviously you know, it's less certain. Projects do get canceled, projects get delayed. So they can't really just say, nobody panic, right? It's Guild Wars 3, but don't worry, we're still going to keep cooking Guild Wars 2. They can't do that early. That's just not viable from the perspective of the devs.
They may not even know themselves. Yeah. No, that is actually so true.
I mean, we absolutely love to see that. And yeah, here we are. That's the history lesson of Guild Wars 2. I tell you, it's been a bumpy ride, let me tell you. It's
It sounds like it. It sounds like it's been scary times.
Yeah.
But in terms of content though, in this time, from my understanding, it's been good. Like content has been consistent. Or you tell me.
It's a really interesting one because like simultaneously, I think the recovery that the game has had has been kind of nothing short of remarkable. I think the current game director for Guild Wars 2 is a guy called Josh Davis. His screen name is Grouch. Did an extremely good job. I think Guild Wars 2 is in a tough spot. Like there have been some rough updates to this game that have reduced morale, let's put it like that, in the game over time. And yeah, I'll tell you what, like what they've been able to deliver like over the past couple of years, I think has been very, very impressive. Now, what I would say is that I do think that if you're gonna ask, okay, what are the best expansions for Guild Wars 2? Like where, you know, that has like the best content, like the highest quality, people would probably still say the older ones. And I think there's a reason to that. Like, especially when it comes to like the really massive, ultra big boss fights and stuff like that, a lot of those do seem to be a little bit out of scope for what the development team has access to right now. And they did take a while to kind of like find their footing a little bit with the new format over the last couple of years. But yeah, I would say like the game is definitely moving in a positive direction. Like the latest expansion, Visions of Eternity, is a very noticeable step up, right, from the previous two, Secrets of the Obscure and Janthea Wilds. And I think a lot of that was because they were just kind of figuring out like, well, how do we ship an expansion every year? Whereas previously it was almost like every 4 years, almost. Like it was much less frequent releases.
Yeah. When did they start with the yearly one?
That was Secrets of the Obscure. So that was, what was that? 2023, I think? Yeah, 2023.
It's pretty recent then.
Yeah.
Around the same time as the leaks. So as the leaks happened, that's also when they started committing to like yearly expansions.
Yes.
So I guess if you did have some anxiety about the game, you know, being put on hold, maybe that was kind of like at least not confirmed if you looked at the content. Like it looked like they were, you know, putting effort into giving you consistent content. So maybe that could, I don't know if it helped you a little bit, maybe. Did it? By seeing that there's lots of stuff happening all the time?
Well, I was definitely...
was it still worrying?
Well, to us, I wasn't really super worried, I guess, about like the future of the game. I think it did slightly move away from targeting me as a player a little bit. Like I definitely felt that like, oh, okay, this is maybe not quite aimed at me as a player. Going into Secrets of the Obscure in particular, that was definitely a feeling that I had going there. They did release some pretty banging content that's very much up my alley there, to be fair. So I think they have done a good job at trying to deliver stuff that is for players who, you know, are kind of like a little bit, you know, who are kind of like me, who like raids and stuff and like PvP and you know, the world versus world game mode. So there is that there as well. But yeah, I think you were kind of asking about like when people say like old expansions, what do they mean by that? People mean like the original trilogy, as it were, which is Heart of Thorns, Path of Fire, and End of Dragons. And I think broadly speaking, if people were to say what was like the golden age of Guild Wars 2, I think the answer you're gonna get almost universally would be Heart of Thorns, Living World Season 3, Path of Fire, Living World Season 4. Like that's, I think, almost universally what people would say.
Yeah. Which is what I'm playing.
Yeah, you're in the good stuff.
I'm living in the golden era.
Yeah, you are. You are in the golden age of the game. And yeah, I don't want to actually take away from the accomplishments of the newer Guild Wars, actually. And funnily enough, actually, especially if you are a player who likes a challenging raid, they have, without a doubt, released some of the best raid content that they've done in recent years, in fact. Like, that's something that they've really improved on. I think their encounter design has been something that hasn't necessarily been Guild Wars 2's strength in terms of the raid component. But it's something that they've actually really tried to improve on, I think, very notably in Secrets of the Obscure, and then going into Janthea Wilds as well, and also Visions of Eternity. So I think they've made some really strong improvements in that regard, and a lot of improvements to kind of like the reward structures in the game and like the new player experience. So I don't want to take away from the accomplishments of the newer Guild Wars. It's just that if I was going to say it, the newer Guild Wars just doesn't quite have the same massive scale that perhaps the older expansions did, if that makes any sense. Like, but it does have some very, very good stuff, like very good quality content.
When you say massive scale, is it like the variety of content, or what does that mean?
I would say the thing that I find like defines Guild Wars 2 is the open world and like the open world meta events, like the big bosses, right? Like the world bosses that you encounter. Like, have you played, yeah, you must have. Have you played Dragon Stand? That map?
Yes, like the like the meta event?
Yeah, the meta event. I will admit it's a bit scuffed now. It's been a bit power crept. I'm hoping they fix that when they do the pass. But like,
yeah, I couldn't hit the last boss.
No! Oh, yeah, that happened to Preach as well. Oh, it was brutal. It was so brutal.
I was trying to like keep up with everybody with using the drafts and stuff. No. I didn't have the ley lines yet.
Yeah.
And and people were using flying mounts. So I couldn't hit it.
Yeah.
It was so cool, like, platform experience.
They need to fix that.
Yeah. What's your opinion on? Because I was saying they should just disable flying mounts.
Yes, they should. They should
Okay.
disable it there. Because that
some people disagree. They're like, no, but it takes so long, and it's like, we've done it so many times, so it's boring.
I think they should just do it for the end boss. I think it's fine for the rest of the map, obviously, but for the end boss, they should get rid of it. Because that is one of the coolest things in the entire game. I still remember seeing that for the first time, right? And
it was very cool. Yeah.
What's rather interesting to note as well is that the game has been massively power crept since then.
Yeah, I can imagine.
So it's okay. The equivalent would be retail equivalent is like 1.5 seasons.
Right?
1.5 seasons,
Oh, yeah.
I'd say. Like is like how much more powerful we are now. Like we're quite a bit stronger.
Much.
Yeah, it's not like insane. Yeah, not insane, but like, you know, like you're one-shotting stuff. But yeah, we're quite a bit stronger than we were back then. So yeah, that does of course
makes me
diminish
really
it.
Insane. The itemization in WoW creeps up every season.
It's wacky. Like this is obviously off topic, but like I don't know what they were thinking with this stat squish in Midnight. The number we're going to have at the end of this expansion is going to be ridiculous, right? It's going to be crazy.
I know.
And let alone Last Titan, we're going to be doing like 1 billion DPS. Like what on earth is going on there? I was excited. In Midnight, I was like, oh yeah, we're going back to like 10k DPS. This is going to be great. Like I don't want to be doing like 4 million DPS anymore. This is ridiculous, right? But
then
nope,
you're back to it.
We're already back to it. Unlucky.
Yep.
But yeah, that's kind of like the thing about the newer Guild Wars content. Like, it is really close, especially in VOE. Like the first 2 kind of yearly expansions, they very much were kind of experimental in a way, right? Like they obviously had a plan going into it, but they were figuring out, okay, like what can we do on this time scale? And basically what happened is that the initial content drops were really well received. Like, so expansion drops is like, whoa, this is super cool. We're loving this. Like the story is fun. The maps look cool. We've got like stuff to do, all that kind of stuff. But they struggled to deliver in the follow-up patches, right? They do a patch every 3 months, right? And they really struggled to deliver in those. And that was problematic in both of those first 2 expansions. Visions of Eternity, they've really tried to address that. And I think they've actually found some good success with that. They've kind of found their stride with this approach pretty well. And yeah, I'd expect them to continue to iterate on this going forwards there. But yeah, like I said, if I'm being critical, which, you know, we gamers, we're a difficult bunch to please, right? Like, I mean, I'm very aware of that.
Yep.
Like, I would like to see.
I think especially MMO gamers.
Oh yeah, we are very, very difficult to keep happy.
Because we live in our games, you know?
Yes.
It's not like a single player game where even the really long single player games might be like, I don't know, maybe pushing 200 hours. But it's still nothing compared to what we spend in the MMOs. So it makes sense. You're playing it for so long.
Yeah. And I do think there is still some room to grow. And funnily enough, actually, that's kind of why I'm excited about Guild Wars 3 from a Guild Wars 2 player's perspective. Like, I'm going to be fully honest with you. I have been a little bit down on the game for the last couple of years, right? I've been playing it quite a bit less. I've been playing retail a lot, right? And a big part of that...
I've been playing less retail and more other stuff.
And
it happens, yeah.
Yeah, and a big part of that was because I was looking at the game and thinking, like, it is going to be really difficult for them to get enough people playing and kind of have that resurgence to kind of get the game back in a way to what I perceive to be its glory days, right? Where they had the muscle to develop these like massive expansions like Heart of Thorns and Path of Fire. And that's not their fault, right? Like, you know, times change, right? And they had a rough time of it development-wise. They 100% did. So, you know, it's like, it happens. Like, and the reason why I'm excited about Guild Wars 3 is because I think it will grow the studio, right? I think it will grow all of the games. And I think it will grow the studio. And that means that, okay, well, hold on a minute. Like, we can get some more resources potentially for Guild Wars 2, because that has been like a really big thing. Another kind of meta narrative, right? This is actually a meme in the Guild Wars 2 community, right? Is that the devs will say stuff like, we're doing some internal restructuring and we're going to be able to deliver content to you faster and better, right? And that they said that like 5 times, right? And it didn't really happen, to be honest, but like, you know, it's a thought that counts, okay? They were doing their best on that. And I think there's always been this story that, like, one, the game is difficult to work with. They seem to, you know, it's hard to make content for Guild Wars 2, which, you know, it is what it is. And also they've been constrained by resources, right? And they haven't had perhaps as many development resources. Well, obviously not, right? They're not ArenaNet is not as big as Blizzard, right? They don't have the same amount of like just cash to throw at the video game to develop it. And that's kind of like one of my really big hopes for Guild Wars 3 actually, is that it does super well. And that, works out super well for ArenaNet. Yeah, and that means they can put more effort into Guild Wars 1, which is a game that I also absolutely love. I am so excited to see if there's new content for Guild Wars 1 coming, to go and try that out. And obviously for Guild Wars 2 as well.
Yeah. No, 100%. I think it's, in terms of like modernization, or in terms of just game development in general, on the topic of like art, like if you look at a lot of the art in the game itself, there's a lot of texture that ends up looking rough, right? Because it's like, if you look at just stones and stuff like that, over time, you end up kind of like chasing progress or like direction in art, which is like, oh damn, like we have better like if we had done this 10 years ago in Guild Wars 2, it would have looked better than if we if we could do what we can do now, but 10 years ago, like the whole game would look a lot better. At least that's what I heard. I guess I'm speaking from like World of Warcraft perspective. Like if you look at the newer zones, they look so much better than the older zones.
Yeah.
And maybe in Guild Wars it's not such a big difference. I don't know, because I haven't really gotten that far. And I think that's also one nice thing with doing a new game, because it means that you can have a new art like plan, I guess, and do more with it. I think development has progressed so much over the last few decades, and I think from this point, I don't know how to put it in words, but from this point onwards, it's less visible when a game starts looking a lot better, because we have reached such a good point. Does that make sense? For example, if you look at the art comparing 2000 to 2010 games, it's absolutely insane, right? Then if you look at like 2010 to like 15, still considerable. 2015 to 2020, it's not that big of a difference. Like not as much, like just relatively. And I think it's really an interesting opportunity for Guild Wars with 3 to have a bit more of a timeless art opportunity, because it's gonna be at a time when they just have access to better tools. And I don't know. I don't know if you've ever like thought about it, and I don't know what your take on that is, but that's something that I've been talking about or thinking about.
I definitely know what you're saying with certain art styles, actually, like especially the ones that kind of aim for a bit more realism. And yeah, like obviously, like the texture resolution in Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2 in some places is going to be lacking, right? The same as something like in classic World of Warcraft. But I'll certainly say, actually, and the older content in these games, I will say I do think that something that I think that a lot of MMOs actually do extremely well is by having an art style that I think does age pretty well. Like, I think, if you look at something like, I don't know, maybe I'm just crazy on this, but I look at a game like old school RuneScape and I still go, you know what? That's kind of beautiful and I love it, right? I love how this looks. And I feel that way about Classic. I love how Classic WoW looks. And Retail too. But also, Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2, I think they have a very solid art style that does actually tend to age pretty well. You are correct though. There definitely is a difference, right? I think especially in core Guild Wars 2, like going from core Guild Wars 2 to the expansions, that's a pretty noticeable difference, I think, like in like how the art is. And yeah, they do make improvements and optimizations, of course, like as the game continues. Sometimes your frame rate's not going to be happy about that, but look, it is what it is. It's the price we pay to look at some pretty things. But yeah, like, and for sure, I think that, it is also pretty exciting, like to have an entirely new, an entirely new engine to work with going into Guild Wars 3. They're using Unreal, so we've got some Unreal Engine slop. Okay, love to see that. Very good.
Not all Unreal Engine is slop.
Yeah,
and
that's what I'm fighting the fight.
It in a good
I've
way.
got a battle against it. Look, it's horrible. Like, there's so many people who just go in and say, yep, it's Unreal Engine, it's trash. Okay, never gonna play it. Okay. It's like, wow.
Yeah, no, it doesn't have to be that way.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. No, I don't think it will. I don't think it will. And yeah, I think 3 is, clearly taking a bit of a different approach, right? And obviously a massive increase in fidelity, right? Because, Guild Wars 2 is a pretty old game, right? Like this game's been going on for a long time now. So obviously technology has moved on, like since when this game was getting cooked up, of course. But no, I think that, they're going to continue to update the graphics in Guild Wars 2 as well, right? They are adding, for example, this game used to only run on DirectX 9, right? It only relatively recently, I should say, right, got upgraded to DirectX 11.
Yeah.
And they've added like some new shadow technology, to the game and a couple of other things, right? Over the years of improvements, and that that's something that they do want to keep improving, right? They want to keep making these kind of core improvements to the game. Like one thing in particular they're working on is trying to make it easier for them to develop content. Like the development pipeline stuff is going to be, I think, a bit of a focus over the next 18 months as well. So they can add more stuff more efficiently, which again has been kind of a major pain point, to be honest, like for Guild Wars 2 over the years.
Oh yeah, no, that's so important with because people are going to expect consistent content, and that's one of the things that makes a lot of players fall off. So yeah, no, it's a really important thing to focus on. And on the topic of the art stuff, the reason why I mention this is because I think that us boomers have a different view on what looks good compared to others. Like I think, like RuneScape, actually, even in my own community, a lot of World of Warcraft players, right, felt like they cannot play old school RuneScape because of how it looks like. So I think sometimes art can be a barrier, and I wonder. Because I'm just thinking, I've been thinking about it a lot. Like, why do younger people not play our, lovely MMOs, right? Even when they're doing better. It's like, from Dragonflight onwards, like you said, retail has improved so much. So why are new players not coming in? And I think maybe there's a part of it that touches on the topic of art. I mean, I do think WoW is pretty cartoony to a degree, so I think maybe it's not so bad. But I think from the outside perspective, it still gives off a old vibe. Like this is a game for old people, and I think that can maybe sometimes be an obstacle for people. My sisters are not gamers like me. They like we grew up, playing on the PlayStation or like Nintendo or whatever. So they've played, Super Mario or, other games like that. But they never really got into like PC gaming, right? And when I show them like World of Warcraft or any MMO for that matter, they just go like, ew. Like, no, they don't want to play that because it's not attractive. And sure, they're non-gamers. I'm sure like actual gamers wouldn't be as picky, but maybe there's a viewpoint there too among single-player gamers who are playing modern, games that might have an opinion on that. Maybe they don't want to build a home in a place that they feel like looks 10 years old. Maybe they want it to look modern. And I think New World actually did look very good. And I believe that Guild Wars 3 will be made in a time that also looks, maybe more approachable for new players. I think it's a very difficult, or like a very it's a difficult thing to manage there, because I think if you make a game look too new, if you make it look too Fortnite-y, then it kind of loses like us, the boomers, because we don't want our game to feel like a Fortnite game, right? Like we want it to feel like a more proper fantasy-esque or fantasy style game. Which sometimes can maybe come off a little bit olden, but I think there's a way to pull it off where you can maybe please like both sides. And yeah, I'm really curious about that, because on the topic of art, actually, from the little that we saw, what is your opinion on Guild Wars 3? Just judging by the, trailer that we saw.
Yeah, I think I think it looked good. That's for sure, right? I look at those graphics and go, wow, look at the lighting, look at all of those leaves. That's crazy. I think the trailer probably could have done with a couple of really iconic Guild Wars characters. There's definitely the DNA of the Guild Wars art style in there, right? Like soft, kind of like soft colors, pastel-y, right? Like all that kind of stuff. A little bit watercolor, right? Like is how that looked to me. I think it probably could have used a little bit more, like I said, just like full on Guild Wars 2 stuff. Or not Guild Wars 2, right? But more like very iconic Guild Wars
characters,
imagery, yeah. Or like, characters, yeah, for sure. Like, or even just like the way that they, Guild Wars 2 they always love to do these kind of 2D like painting style cutscenes, right? That's like been a really big thing. Yeah. I think maybe they could have gone in that direction just to give it that connection there. But like as you say, right? I think your insight like regarding the art style, I think is like really bang on actually. Like now that I think about it, because even though like I look at Guild Wars 2 and I go, wow, I like how this looks. I log into Guild Wars and I go, wow, this is timeless. This is beautiful. One of the most common comments I get, or rather, most common negative comments, or I guess, or critical comments I get about Guild Wars 2, and you know, on YouTube videos and in stream is like, oh wow, I wish they did a graphics upgrade for this game. Oh, I wish they did like an engine rework so the game could look better.
Yeah,
like,
I hear it all the time for WoW as well.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Like, you know, even though, like, you know, I'm sure, like, I'm a big fan of the art side in WoW. I think the art team is kind of elite in World of Warcraft as well. But yeah, I think it's important to consider that perspective, right? Like, it is definitely one of the things that is potentially a bit of a barrier, especially for newer players from like the next generation of gamers having a go, is that they are not as attuned to that type of art style as perhaps, yes, we, the boomers, the old people, the pensioners are. But yeah, 100%. Yeah, like I think you're spot on about that, and yeah, like, and that I think that is why they have taken a bit of a different direction. I think there's no denying it, right? They have taken a slightly different approach from the Guild Wars 2 aesthetic in that trailer. I do think it does look Guild Wars, like for example, when the character is standing, you know, atop the cliff. Yeah, like the way the armor looks, the way the pose is, like, oh yeah, that's Guild Wars. And at the end, you know, the final panorama as well. I was like, okay, yeah, I get it. I'm getting it. Like this is Guild Wars.
And I think that is important too, because it should look like it's, you know, its core sort of genetics of the game.
Yeah.
But yeah, like maybe a little bit of some kind of facelift. It's interesting that you also mentioned people commenting on, saying, you know, comments like, oh, this game needs a graphical update. A lot of WoW people say that too. And funny enough, in my opinion at least, I think it's mostly from people who don't play the game, which is funny. Yeah. And that's why oftentimes my response is actually like, you're wrong. Like, just look at the new zones of the game. Like, the game looks fantastic. Like, have you seen Arden Wield? It's so beautiful. And but I think sometimes I think back and I'm like, okay, sure, it's the people who are not playing who have this, you know, opinion. But what if there is a reason for it? What if there is even unspoken people who feel this way about the game and are not playing because of it? And maybe, like, the people who play and think the art is great, maybe we are, you know, a bit like tinted in our view of it, because we just, I don't know, we have the experience and we have grown a love for it that maybe other people don't automatically have. And that's why I'm thinking about that. Like, so it's not something that's my own opinion in that way, but it's something that I've sort of, I don't know, I guess come to the conclusion of just based on people commenting.
Yeah, no, I think so. And, you know, it can be difficult to accept new things, but I do think there is some room to kind of make both parties happy there as well. Is that, yeah, I think Guild Wars 3 is going to look, you know, a fair bit different from 2, but
yeah, it does look a lot more modern.
That's not necessarily bad. Right? Like, I think that I have seen kind of a lot of instinctual reactions to that, and I get that, right? Like, we've been playing Guild Wars for 20
100%.
years at this point, so I get it. It's like, whoa, this is kind of different, right? This is not what I was expecting. I was expecting, you know, Guild Wars 2.5, right, coming out with this. This is definitely a bit out there. But I guess all I would say is that, one, give it a shot. And if you really, really don't like it, that's fair. It's valid to not play a game because you don't like the art style. I think that's completely fair, 100%.
Of course.
Yeah. But that's the joy of what ArenaNet's doing, right? Like, we're running, you know, we're running Guild Wars 1, 2, and 3 all at the same time. So, like, if you don't like the art style of 3 and that kind of blocks you, then yeah, you know, keep playing Guild Wars 2. It's completely fine.
Yeah. 100% agree. I think that's the beauty also of ArenaNet promising to keep up with all the different games. Then they can, you know, then they don't need to worry too much about, hey, we need to upgrade Guild Wars 2 so that it starts looking better. I would almost argue that at that point, they don't actually have to do that at all. As long as it's not, you know, related to optimization and things like that for the game, they don't actually have to think about renewing the art in the same way anymore. Because at that point, it'll be a bit more of a classic approach to the game. And I think that could maybe make more people happy.
Yeah. No, I think that's exactly correct. You know, I think a huge mistake when you're doing anything is to try to be all things to all people. I think you're much better off, like, and I think this is what kind of a lot of MMOs have kind of figured out at this point is that you cannot please everyone within one game. Like the audience is just too diverse, like with, you know, their needs and wants, like within the game. And the only thing that makes sense is to essentially have multiple titles within the same IP, like within the same franchise that serve different audiences. And we see that with RuneScape, we see that with World of Warcraft, and now we see it with Guild Wars as well. And I think that makes a lot of sense. And well, theoretically, it's going to work out better for everyone, right? Because you're going to have games that have a narrower focus, right? Like they're trying to do something very specific. They're trying to deliver a very specific experience, right? As opposed to trying to do multiple things and ending up like, you know, ending up doing multiple things in a mediocre way, right? As opposed to doing one or two things really, really well.
I do think WoW needs a better direction for Classic. I was talking to my stream about this as well. I think for Classic players, there's no real home. Right now, the way the Classic is split up is very much like having Classic minigames and not really a Classic MMO. I mean, the main one that has a timeline is the one that's now in Mists of Pandaria, which I would argue is not really Classic anymore. And I think Blizzard knows that, and I think that's what we can expect as some kind of announcement at BlizzCon.
Of course.
People talk about Classic Plus, but I think there is so much to that which is so important, because you mentioned RuneScape. RuneScape does that very well. They have a Classic timeline and then a modern timeline. In WoW, we don't have a Classic timeline currently. We have a modern timeline, and then we have many mini games of Classic.
Yeah.
And I think it would be very good for Classic enjoyers to actually have a Classic timeline as well. Because with the mini games, I think some people get tired of it. It's like, yeah, cool, yeah, sure, there's a new anniversary server, I can go again, but now I've done this 5 times and it's starting to get a little bit boring. The nostalgia can only hit, as you know, so far. Need to do something different, and I think that's where Classic Plus comes in, because they want something different, but they don't want retail, right? They want the game to feel classic. They want it to be, you know, the classic art and the classic combat and everything that's related to Classic, but just more new content that's designed for Classic and not for retail. And that's what I'm hoping.
Oh yeah, I think Blizzard are gonna have to maybe take a couple of cues here from Guild Wars, perhaps, really, when it comes to Classic Plus, because exactly, right? Like
Guild
we've
Wars
had,
as well.
we've had these mini games, and like, and I love that they were experimenting. Like personally, I know that Season of Discovery was, it had its ups and its downs, right? I actually, I loved it. Like I cannot wait. Please, Blizzard, add Shaman Tank to Classic Plus. I loved it. It was so much fun. Like all the crazy events, like the Blood Moon in Stranglethorn Vale, like wow. The renewed raid content, right? Like all the crazy new items, the really fun, kind of like Xalatath lore that was kind of like thrown in there as well. Like these kind of side stories that were in the mix there as well. Wow, so cool. Like with what they were doing there. And I'm hoping to see some influences from that, like go into Classic Plus. But yeah, I think you're right. Like the real challenge that Blizz are gonna face there is how do you make it permanent? Like that's always been the issue with Classic, right? Is that it's had a finish point, right? Like, you know, there is a final patch in vanilla with Naxxramas. There's a final patch in the Burning Crusade, like with the Sunwell, right? Like, and then it's on to the next one. Like you don't get to stay in that timeline and it extends onwards, because that's just not how WoW has been. Right? This is not how World of Warcraft has ever functioned. Like, I think Blizzard do have a really big challenge, and to be honest, I don't know exactly how they're going to do it. I think it's a really, really big challenge, but I certainly think that, you know, they'll obviously be looking at things that have been working well for people, like, the recently deceased Turtle WoW. Obviously, they'll be looking at their own experiments with Season of Discovery, right? And like how to keep people engaged and how to extend vanilla or some form of classic WoW in such a way that it doesn't invalidate the old content. It keeps the existing world active and alive, kind of similar to Guild Wars 2 in a way, right? Like I think that there might be some similarities, I think, actually, in how they actually end up approaching that.
Yeah, especially with Guild Wars 3 coming out, then you'd compare it to Guild Wars 2, and then right now with Guild Wars 1 versus Guild Wars 2, also like a similar idea of it.
Yeah. Very, very interesting indeed. And yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to that announcement as well. I haven't actually played Classic for quite a while. Like, I kind of drifted away from Classic, kind of in, what was it, like phase 4, I want to say, of Season of Discovery, and I've mostly been playing Guild Wars and retail since then. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to get back into it. Of course, I absolutely loved playing in OnlyFans as well. I joined super late, actually.
For that.
Yeah, I joined super late, so like I didn't manage to kind of get the initial surge, as it were. But yeah, I barely managed to get there before the raids started going, and yeah, that was awesome. Like playing through that on hardcore on my wonderful Resto Shaman. I'd never played healer in Classic before, but the good news is, pressing healing wave is not that hard. But it was good.
So you were in our raids too?
I don't think I was in a raid with you specifically, but yeah, I was.
Okay.
We
did have multiple raids.
Yeah. I was in a couple of raids. Like I cleared Molten Core a couple of times. I didn't play any of the stuff after that, but yeah, I was there.
Yeah.
I was there.
That's cool.
In there as well. Oh, who was I with? I think. Oh yeah, I was in the raid where Fandy died. In a really brutal way. Yeah, like the double fireball to the face. Yeah, like.
Yeah. Oh god. Wait, what were you calling the game?
Sorry, say again.
What was it that funny that she died?
No, it wasn't that funny, but it's just like I was just so locked into my fire protection potion weak aura after that. I was like, oh no, like do not let that run out.
I know, it's scary.
Yeah, it's so brutal. Like those elementals, they're pretty mean. And yeah, I was definitely sweating. There was this moment during the leveling. I was actually heartbroken because my power went out, and I thought, oh no.
Oh.
And seriously, my power went out right as I pulled a mob. It was level. It was kind of towards the end, level 55. I was like nearly max level, and I pulled a mob. I thought, no, it's over. I'm level 1, right? There's no way I can survive, and my power comes back, and I'm like resigned to it. I'm like, ready to go. I'm ready to see the ghost, right? Like on the login screen. But somehow I actually survived.
Really?
Yeah, my character survived like the timer to or whatever before it like warps you out of the world, and I was able to continue. I was actually so sad because there's no way I wouldn't have had enough time to get back to 60, right? Because it was
so
quite
right
close to
before
the
you
raid.
pulled something.
Yeah. It was unbelievable. So unlucky.
Insane.
Yeah.
They did say that they did make it the timer a lot more tighter than what original Classic was. To account for that, disconnects and stuff.
Yeah.
So the timer does pop a lot faster than original Classic DC. Yeah. But still, that's impressive. That's very lucky.
Yeah. Yes.
That's scary.
Yeah. It was good. I'm definitely looking forward to. I do love hardcore challenges like that. I've actually done it a couple of times in vanilla. It's really, really fun. And yeah, I'm certainly hoping that they have some kind of mode like that in Classic Plus, actually. Or, at least a server of Classic Plus that has that functionality, because I think it's really exciting. I think challenges like that really add a new dynamic to it. And obviously, community events, I think that's the power of, just to, maybe inflate our egos here a little bit. That's the power of I think the amazing communities around games, streamers and otherwise, is that I think OnlyFans just carried Classic so hard, to be honest. And I'm really looking forward to any kind of operations like that end up happening in Classic Plus. Apparently we were in a raid. Yeah. Your chat is saying we were in a raid together. it was a long time ago, so I don't don't entirely remember.
It's possible.
But yeah, it is possible.
What was your character name?
Wait, what? Wait, what was my character's name actually? It was just Teapot Zug, the shaman. Yeah, that was the character name.
Zug.
Yeah.
Okay. That's funny. Yeah, but it's very possible because we were at least this OnlyFans was very, very big. We had multiple raids and everything, so there was a lot of people that I didn't really get a chance to get to know. So I'm not too surprised, but it's still funny to think. Because in the OnlyFans season 1, it wasn't that many people. We only had one raid, or we only had one. We raided more than once, but it was only one raid team. We didn't have enough for multiple, I think, if I remember correctly. And this time around, I think there was a time when we had 3 raids, wasn't there?
Oh yeah.
Some weeks we had
it was busy.
Many.
It was a super busy time. There was a lot going on there. Yeah. It was funny. Ah, yes. What a time! What a time indeed. But yeah, I'm super excited for Classic. And, it's funny, you know, it kind of comes back to your tweet about MMOs, because like on one way I knew exactly what you were saying, but also I do feel really optimistic. I think it's such an exciting time to be an MMO enjoyer right now. Like, you know, I think retail's looking up.
Yeah.
I think Guild Wars is doing super great. Obviously RuneScape is doing well. New Final Fantasy expansion coming up as well very soon. I think just at the start of next year, the same time. Like obviously Guild Wars 3 is now coming up as well. Classic Plus. That's like super exciting things. I think for the MMO players out there, and yeah, like I think the icing on the cake is the fact that we are actually finally getting a new MMO from a serious developer, right? To go
From
back
a company we can trust. Yeah.
Because
no, 100%.
to go back to the start of the conversation, like you were talking about cynicism in the MMO, the MMO community, the MMO space, and yeah, look. It's understandable, right? Like I think people are kind of right to be cynical in a way, because it's been rough if you've wanted a new game at the end of the day. It has not been going well for a variety of reasons. And the fact that we finally have, I think, the most credible new offering that I think we've had in like recent times, that's for sure, is super exciting. Like it's really, really exciting indeed. Like eventually maybe we'll see the Riot MMO. There's maybe some potential there as well. Again, that's a pretty serious studio, so they surely can develop something good. But yeah, like Guild Wars 3 is our best bet. It's our only hope of a new game, at least for now.
Yeah, I mean, I think because what you're saying is very true. Like with WoW as well, it's been improving so much since Dragonflight, and Final Fantasy 14 is getting a new expansion, and like there's a lot of good things to look forward to. I think Guild Wars 3 and Riot are the two that for me stands out as the potential mainstream push, because that's what I want to see more of as well. But it is nice, of course, that for like the MMOers that we are getting improvements into the games that we already play. But I would love to see a more mainstream push. I don't know if it's possible with commitments that MMOs usually require, but it would be really awesome if the MMO genre could be pushed forward or pushed to more people.
Yeah, and I think that just that spark of hope could potentially lead to other things as well, because I think one of the reasons why studios aren't trying is because, I mean, look how it turns out, right? Like it's like the easiest way to like burn $100 million is to make a new MMO, right? Like if you want to end up having your studio closed down, or like all of your developers to be unemployed, the best way to do that is make a new MMO. So if one actually ends up succeeding, then that could lead to other things within the industry, right? Like, a bit more positive momentum towards having new games, like in this genre that I think we obviously rather like. We put some hours into these things.
Mm-hmm. And more games means like more competition within them as well. Like, if Guild Wars 2 is more successful, it will push World of Warcraft to be better, right? And then if World of Warcraft is doing good, then it pushes other games to also do better. I think for a long time, like WoW was like the only like considerable MMO for a lot of people, and I think Blizzard felt that and they became complacent, right? And I think with Dragonflight after Shadowlands, that whole period of scandals and everything, I think they knew they had to rethink something, because this is not going well, and players are discovering other MMOs, and that's a good thing. The competition is great.
Yeah, I think Blizz definitely had a wake-up call on that one there as well. Like, that was, I mean, look, worked out well for us, I guess, in the end, right? Otherwise, we'd just be being served the same slop for the rest of time, which is not exactly what we want. But yeah, no, I think competition is always good, right? Like, I'm always sad when a project fails, not only for the players who loved it, right, and who enjoyed it and were like super into it, but also just for the industry as a whole, because like every MMO that dies is just... it's another nail in the coffin, right? Like of the genre as a whole. So yeah, it's in everyone's best interest. Like I think that's just really worth noting. Like whenever there's a new project out there and you're an MMO fan, you like these games, it's in your best interest if it does well, right? Like you don't have to like it, you don't have to play it, right? But it is 100% in your best interest that it does well, because that just leads to an overall healthier space for the genre to exist in.
Yeah, no, I agree completely. I think sometimes people forget that though, and I think that's why that's why sometimes when an MMO is doing good, then the players of the other MMOs
the hate watchers.
have to like yeah, like they get angry. And then if the MMO is doing bad, it's like, ha, that my MMO is better. And I think they forget sometimes that your MMO can be even better if this other MMO does good, because it's going to pressure your developers to push your game into even better direction. And yeah, I think sometimes people forget that.
Yeah, they do. I think more importantly, the other thing to point out as well is that, especially now, like in the modern era of MMOs, like all these games are designed to be played alongside other things, right? Like they all are. Like, there aren't really games that are just...
Yeah, they've all...
They're not designed to, like, eat your life nearly as much as before. Like, so, if another game is doing well, that just means that, you're probably going to see some of those players, like, try your game out, right? In the downtime in their game, right? Like, I think that one of the really big mistakes that Blizzard were making, I think, with, like, some of these systems, like, these really grindy systems that were kind of aimed at retaining players, the mistake they made there was like, well, you don't really need people to be like logging in every day and grinding your game only.
Especially when you have a subscription.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so like going that way was just like a huge mistake. And like the MMO meta is very much like, log in, play, have fun. And then when you stop having fun, you log out and come back when there's something else for you to do, right? And to be honest, I think that's just a big improvement to the genre overall. Like grinding is fun, obviously, but listen, I don't want a second job, okay? I'm not about that life.
I think I think MMOers wanted that before, but I think it's shifting, and I think it's good that the Blizzard is realizing this as well. For me, so when the WoW downtime happened around Shadowlands, discovering Final Fantasy XIV, and one of the first things that we were hearing was from the the CEO of Final Fantasy XIV saying, "We want you to take breaks." And for us, that was crazy to hear. We were like, what? Like, why does Final Fantasy XIV want us to take breaks? Because we are used to how much time we have to pour into our game here in World of Warcraft, and we're kind of sick of it, actually, if I think about it. But there's an option where an MMO can encourage taking breaks. Like, that was a new concept for many of us. And I'm not sure if that's why. But yeah, surely enough, after Shadowlands, they made the game more casual friendly. I think that was the big shift that they really properly nailed with Dragonflight as well. And yeah, maybe that's when they also heard from the people who were playing Final Fantasy XIV that, hey, wait, this is actually a really cool concept. That they respect our time and that they think it's a good thing to sometimes take breaks and play other games. And I think before that it was kind of unheard of, at least within the WoW community that I knew. It was very unheard of.
Indeed. And yeah, I think it's great to see that all of, certainly World of Warcraft, right, taking a little bit of a hint, right, from these other games and like improving it.
Yeah,
like, that's exactly what we want to see.
Learning from other games.
Yeah, learning from the games is like 100% the way to go. Yeah. And like I very much hope
Guild Wars as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, look, like
dragon flying,
yeah, it's there. The dragon riding, like I've seen that before. Like I know what that looks like. And to a lesser extent, even the car in Undermine as well, I think is also
really?
Yeah, less so actually, to be fair. But like you'll run into this pretty soon, actually. But well, you've already seen people on it. But there's like the roller beetle mount, right? In Guild Wars 2.
Yeah.
It's actually really fun, and it's kind of like it's like a racing game, right? Like you can kind of drift, and it's like super fast, right? It's really fun. Mm-hmm. It's like a whole community around it as well. Like they love to listen to some Eurobeat, and like the stuff they can pull off is crazy. I mean, like the stuff that people can do with mounts in this game is absolutely wild, right? There's a whole sub communities dedicated to just being really, really good at zooming around maps, right? On all these mounts. Yeah, it does look really cool.
Yeah, and that's just ArenaNet, innovating something completely different because it's something that's different. It's not like a feature they took from another game with a different skin. It's actually just completely different, and I think that's the amazing part of it. I think we need more innovation in the MMO space because we have sort of played the same thing for a very long time. Sure, with updates, with new facelifts here and there, but it's been very similar at the core game of it.
Yeah. And I think that's something that we're going to continue to see as well, especially when it comes to movement in Guild Wars 3. They already showed off gliders and mounts in the trailers. So we're going to have kind of some of that some similar features, I think, to Guild Wars 2, just in the game on launch, that's going to be there immediately. And of course, right, they're taking the movement system very, very seriously. So I think there's going to be a lot of leaping around all over the place and climbing on stuff, which personally I love. Look, that's the thing. Like, that's the thing, one of my biggest takeaways from New World. I love climbing on stuff, okay? I don't want to just like walk up to a tiny thing that you would obviously be able just to kind of grab and climb onto, and you can't do it in all these older games. But in New World, you could like leap around and like parkour on the terrain and find like weird passageways to get to places. Oh, man, I absolutely loved it. And I'm happy to see that Guild Wars 2 is having that. Guild Wars 3 rather, is going to have, well, hopefully some of that, maybe even to a greater extent, right, with like leaping all over the place. It's a mandatory feature. Climbing is a mandatory feature in all MMOs that are to be released now. It must have climbing, or it's just not good.
I saw some people compare it to Breath of the Wild, like with the movement. And have you ever played it?
I haven't played it, but yeah, I've seen that comparison. I've also heard some comparisons to stuff like Warframe as well, like the way it's been described, which is again like super mobile as well. But yeah, like I definitely see. I've seen gameplay of Breath of the Wild, even despite not playing it myself. Like I definitely understand what people are saying there with like that type of like very free movement, very free exploration,
climbing the mountains and everything. Yeah, it's like part of the game. You know, the climbing itself has like a stamina bar. And yeah, it's pretty cool. I'm actually really excited to see how that's gonna work out as well. Did you know that New World actually was starting to reach a point that people were saying is good just as it shuts down?
Yeah, it's funny actually,
which is so sad.
It's one of those things that is just so horrible. And to be honest, I do think like the game's death warrant was probably already signed like before they did that, because I think I think Amazon started to lose interest in games just flat out, right? Like not just specifically New World, but just the game, the kind of like the games industry in general. Then they were probably mostly after just like developing like maybe engines that they could sell to people. Similar like how they bought Twitch, but they kind of just wanted the video streaming. They didn't really care that much about like at the website itself. I think that it was getting better. It's funny, I was actually getting back into it. Like they ran something that really kind of got me engaged again, which was they ran like a little season thing where they had loot PvP, where you kill other players and you could actually like yoink their items as well, which one of the things that attracted me.
That was not in it originally?
Well, it's weird. It originally was going to be like half loot. So, you basically loot stuff that people don't have equipped. That was how it was going to go, but they pivoted away from that later on. And then they brought back like an alternate version of the game, right? Like a mini game, basically, like a little season, a bit like SOD, right?
Yeah.
Like, like a side version of the game. And that got back into it. And then a bunch of my friends were like, have you seen the latest patch in New World? It's sick. It's actually so good. And I did play it a lot. I did play it a lot on launch, and I was pretty disappointed, honestly, with like how it actually turned out. So I did quit pretty early, to be completely frank. But I was like, ooh, and I did get back into it, like right at the end. And then a few weeks later, it was confirmed that the game is fully dead. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, I know. It's funny that you mentioned. So do you like the idea of because I think so. I think part of why New World didn't really work at the beginning and why they started pivoting was they opted into this full PvP endgame. And so for a lot of people, I think, who play MMOs, I don't think they actually want PvP to be like the main thing, most of the content. And I think that's why a lot of people, at least judging from the perspective of like what I saw, like my community and like similar communities, they felt like there is absolutely nothing to do. They pushed this PvP concept, but I don't want to PvP. And then people just quit, basically. And I think over time, they did make it more PvE. They made more PvE content, made more like mechanics and systems and things around PvE. And I think that's what ultimately made the game feel more fleshed out. But I think it was too late. They had wasted too much money trying to make a PvP game.
Pretty much,
and then it was too late.
I think they actually had, I think it's even worse than that. I think they had the worst of all possible worlds. They originally wanted to go in a PvP direction, but they realized, like, hold on a minute, like, this is a really expensive game. Like, we can probably make a PvP game that has, like, a small but passionate audience. Kind of like, EVE Online, for example, right? Is, similar, like, very PvP oriented, like giga full loop PvP, right? Like in EVE, obviously. But you're not gonna get $100 million game out of that. It's just not going to happen. As you're right, as you say, the audience simply isn't there. So I think they did the absolute despair scenario. They pivoted right at the last second to try to go towards PvE. They removed full PvP. It became like an opt-in system. They changed it away from like partial loot to you just like get loot for killing people. The game released with incredibly underdeveloped PvP systems and zero PvE, right? Like the story wasn't finished. The quests were like, look, I like classic questing, and this was like 50 million times more like despair than classic questing can be, even at its worst, okay? What a disaster. And yeah, then they started adding content later, which was good, by the way. Really fun fact, actually, by the way. A lot of the dungeon content in Duel was actually made by ex-ArenaNet devs. That's a little bonus meme. Yeah. Some devs went off from ArenaNet after some of the happenings in Guild Wars 2. They went off to form a studio called Manaworks, and yeah, they were involved in making the dungeon content. In Newer, which is a really, it's a small world, right? It's a really fun meme over there.
Yeah.
But yeah, and yeah, they just had the Cataclysm, right? It didn't make the PvP as happy because again, they kind of shifted away from that and released, I think, a bunch of really underdeveloped systems. And it didn't make the PvE as happy because they had no content. And to be fair, they probably didn't want to release it that way. It was, the suits probably said, right, listen, you lot, you've been working on this game for X years. It's releasing now or you're all fired. But yeah, it's really unlucky. And I do genuinely believe this. If they'd been given time to actually flesh it out and basically release it in a state more similar to how it is now, I actually think it would have done super well. Or at least like had a passionate audience. But again,
I think so too.
With MMOs and just games in general, first impressions are just so important. You cannot release a game like that. It's just dead and like very hard to recover if you release it that way.
Yeah.
Very unfortunate.
Yeah, absolutely. Because it means that the people have to give it another shot. Yeah. And if you just log in for 5 minutes, you may not actually even be able to tell what's been improved. So you're just not going to put the time into it. And yeah, that just makes it very sad. Yeah. Absolutely tragic. Right. And funnily enough, I think they also had a lot of difficulties with developing content. Because, for example, they had to, I think, modify their engine quite a bit. Of course, it was originally Lumberyard, right, which is basically like Amazon's take on CryEngine. But then they had to actually modify it a lot. I think they had a lot of difficulty with adding new content to the game. They ended up significantly modifying the engine into what they ended up calling like the Azoth engine, like fairly late into, well, not early anyway, like fairly late into its development cycle. So they only really kind of found their stride with being able to add stuff to the game in a smooth fashion, far too late after release. And I don't know, it's just, it's blunder after blunder, disaster after disaster, and a real shame too. Because I played the game quite a bit, actually, especially in its early access form. Like me and a couple of buddies were in the beta and had a great time. I can honestly say there are some moments in the testing stage of New World I will never forget. They're like core gaming memories for me. Actually, I love the game. I'm so sad to see it go. I very much hope that at the beginning.
At the beginning, yeah.
I really enjoyed it too.
In the alpha and the beta. I really hope that, I know there is already a reverse engineering project, and obviously it's never going to be quite the same, right? Like, because it will be kind of hosted in the shadows, right? Like away from Amazon's lawyers. But I truly believe that maybe one day it will return in some form, and that it can kind of at least have some form of existence. I think it's tragic what happened to that game.
Yeah, I agree completely. I would love to see that.
Watch out though, you're gonna end up like Turtle WoW. Watch out.
Oh yeah. Like if New World stayed successful, even just remotely, and then it would be another, source of good ideas for the other MMOs to take in as well. It's just better for everybody.
Yeah. Look. Seriously, ArenaNet. Where's Colin? Is Colin in the chat? Okay, listen. Let me pick up all the rocks in Guild Wars 3. If I can't pick up all the rocks like I can in New World, I'm gonna be disappointed. Okay, and you guys have already got the climbing down, so good mark for ArenaNet on that one. But listen, I need to be able to pick up rocks in Guild Wars 3. Otherwise, it's
cut trees.
Yeah, and the sounds have to be as good. Like the sounds were so good.
Oh, the sound was insane. The audio was amazing in New World. I think probably the best audio I've ever experienced in the game.
The sound design was great in that game, just in general. Like all of it, like the weapon sounds, like the spell sounds, like mining, like chopping trees, like walking through grass, like really, really good. And I also loved like how directional the sound was. It had like some serious impact. When like a spell would go off, you had that really great stereo experience, I think. Like, you know, directional sound was like really good in that game. That's some, you know, people obviously do kind of trash New World, and yeah, I get it, right? It really wasn't, it didn't work out so hot, but I think there was some really impressive stuff in that game, like for what it's worth. Like there was some good stuff in there that I would like to, I'd love to see its like legacy kind of live on in a way in future, in future projects. So when are you 100% in Guild Wars 2? When are you showing us casuals in this game how it's done?
The thing is, the question is actually rather, do you want to 100% anything? Like, if I would start WoW today, would I ever 100% it? No. It's more like I just happen to spend, you know, my last 15 years in that way. But I do play in a completionist way in general. So like right now, as we're talking, I'm back at like some old zones and just 100%ing the map because why not? If I just happen to make progress towards it, then, you know, maybe I would push at some point. But for now, I'm kind of like, I'm having like mini 100% projects as like a first-hand goal. Because I enjoy it. I like playing in completionist ways. And like map completion is genius because that's how I play WoW. Except there is no stats to show it. But for every zone, I do every quest, I kill every rare, and collect anything that drops in that zone. I do side quests as well if there are any. I collect any pet battles that might be in that zone. I do complete it in my own way. So having it inbuilt into Guild Wars is also so nice because it feels like it's rewarding my type of gameplay. And yeah, I like it.
Is that something you'd like to see kind of carry forward into Guild Wars 3? Like that kind of thing in Guild Wars 3 then? And like, how do and how do you find like this type of system compared to World of Warcraft? I think you kind of already said, right? Like I think you like it quite a bit, I imagine, in that case, with like how it's all laid out.
Yeah, I like it a lot. And I think like I said, I kind of was already doing it in WoW. And there are some things in WoW that does reward you for doing it. For example, you know, this lore master, you know, doing every quest. And you've got different lore masters for different maps. So there's a little bit of that in WoW too, which is what initially, you know, drew me in when I first started playing. There's achievement for doing 3,000 quests or whatever. Like there's a lot of achievements in WoW that is that definitely sort of led me to play the game in a certain way. I was hooked on achievements immediately when I started playing WoW. Because I started playing in Wrath, and like within a year and 3 months, I had the what a long strange trip it's been. That achievement takes a year to complete, so that means within 3 months I had committed. So I think that says a lot about how I like to play games. I'm just, I don't know, Dora the Explorer, I guess. I like finding things and just clearing everything.
Well, let's hope they have that in Guild Wars 3 then. Well, I think they will. It's honestly a bit of an ArenaNet trademark at that point. I think it will be very exploration focused, right?
So too. Yeah, I think so too. I think they know what stuff that they've done, which is like unique and successful, and I think they would continue with it. Like we were talking about like classes, what classes they might use, and like I play Mesmer because I heard it being like a very unique class that you don't really see in other games. And when I thought back, I was like, yeah, I don't think I've played anything like that. So I play it. And then people were talking about classes, and I was like, yeah, I mean, I think Mesmer will definitely be one of them because I see it as a unique Guild Wars class. Why would they not, you know?
Yeah, I think the Guild Wars classes, they're not going anywhere. Like that, you'll obviously look. There's obviously going to be Warrior and Ranger. Like you're not releasing an MMO without Warrior and Ranger or something like that, right? Like your Hunter class and your Warrior class. But yeah, no, like I will be really surprised if they didn't keep Necromancer and Mesmer like in the game, right? Like for Guild Wars 3, I'd be like really surprised.
How come Necromancer?
I think it has just a little bit of a different. It's a little bit of a different take on kind of like the Warlock Death Knight kind of thing. I think that it plays a little bit differently. So I'd be pretty surprised they didn't take that, especially if it's a bit influenced by Guild Wars 1. Like Guild Wars 1, Necromancer is. I think it's pretty iconic to the franchise, actually, the way it plays out. Like, one of the things that you can do that I think, people lament that you kind of can't do as much in Guild Wars 2 is you can have, like, a giant army of, like, undead, like, disgusting bone horrors, like, charging down, right?
Like they'll follow
your
you?
opponent. Yeah, they'll fight. You got, like, a big army. You have, like, 10 of them following you around, right? Just going crazy. And, like, you just send them in. You can, like, summon these, like, horrific creatures to send after your opponent, right? All that kind of stuff. So I think, that will definitely be in there as well. Like the other ones are,
sounds like it.
The other ones are kind of up in the air. I think it's like it's hard to say. I think they'll probably like blend some of the ideas from Guild Wars 1 and 2 into it, because of course there's a lot of inspiration in the classes in 2 from 1. Right, even in the latest expansion, they just straight up brought some of the Guild Wars 1 classes into Guild Wars 2, like pretty much. Like that's what they did. Because they're so well known, like people love that stuff, right? So everyone's like, "Oh, you got to bring it back."
Of course.
So when they announce it, everyone's like, "Oh my god, they're bringing it back! Let's go!" Yeah, so that was like super fun.
Exciting moment, and that's the trick too with having only a few classes to start with. I mean, like you said, things like a warrior and like some kind of range hunter class probably, and some kind of classic mage class as well. I don't know what the most classic mage class is currently in Guild Wars 2, but they're probably gonna have those, right? And then I think the unique ones like Mesmer, and by the sounds of it, Necromancer. I haven't really played other classes, so I don't know anything.
Yeah.
But one of the cool things with one of the positives with not introducing every class immediately is that it becomes a cool moment to announce in the future. Like, adding another class to the game, and it's like, oh wow, wait, it's the Guild Wars 2 class, but it's like the Guild Wars 3 take on it. And that in itself is very exciting.
Yeah, no, it absolutely is. I think they'll start off with obviously a couple of things, and they'll build on that much later.
Yeah.
It's very interesting to see like how they actually go with the class design. It almost feels like too early to even start speculating on this because we have no idea.
Yeah.
And we know they're doing something different. So like anything that honestly we can think of, in a way, we're getting baited, right? Because we know that they're trying to do something super different. So we'll try to like combine ideas from what we've seen before, but again, it might be completely wrong. Compared to what they actually end up planning, but
I think we have no idea.
It's going to be good, and I'll tell you what. Like, there certainly is one thing that you said here as well, is that ArenaNet are going to do something different. Like they're very known for having their own style when it comes to class design, right? Like the aesthetic of the game, right? And this goes back to when we're talking about the trailer. The trailer definitely is a bit of a departure from perhaps what people were expecting. What I will say is that I'm very confident that ArenaNet are going to have a very strong art direction and a very strong design direction when it comes to all aspects of the game, like including the class design. Like I'm not expecting it to be, generic MMO class
Generic
101. Generic slop. Yeah, 100%. Like they're going to have their own spin on all of this stuff.
Too.
Yeah. And I think
they've shown that like over and over with different decisions they've made with Guild Wars 2 that they do always think about trying to innovate.
Certainly hope so.
Oh, someone in my chat said, what if it's classless? I was thinking about this at first. Maybe they'll go for classless because maybe that is a modern approach to MMOs. But because of classes like Mesmer, I feel like they probably want to sort of focus on those unique things that they have. And if they would go classless, then that would be gone. But I don't know. What do you think?
I think classless is unlikely. Not impossible though. Not impossible. I could see them doing something with that, and I kind of like it. Like one thing that people love about Guild Wars 1 is that you can dual class, right? So you can be a Mesmer and a Necromancer, right, in Guild Wars 1. And you can combine those things together. It was a very loved feature that ultimately was, I think, one of the things that, I wouldn't say it was like super disappointing not to have in Guild Wars 2, but it's like, oh, okay, that's interesting. Like I was kind of hoping we'd have that, and we don't have that. But, I think, Guild Wars 2 has its own things that make its class design special as well. And it wasn't super needed. But yeah, could I imagine them kind of blending things together? Yeah, for sure, because I do think it is a big thing that people loved about Guild Wars 1, that I could see some element of that coming back. But yeah, as you say, I think that having a really strong class fantasy is also something that people really, really like. And I think classless is pretty mixed in how people feel about it. Personally, I actually do quite like it. Like, you know, again, to go back to New World, I thought that was super sick. Like, I can just pick weapons and combine them together in any way that I want. Oh, wow,
cool
this is so cool.
Yeah,
like, and the way the attribute systems work as well, where they scale differently and they have like bonuses at breakpoints. Wow, cool. I am loving that. But I understand that that's not, I would say that players in general prefer a strong class identity, I think. And
I
I'm
think
seeing
when
in my
the franchise already has strong class identity, then I think it is a mistake to go away from it. But I think it is a very clever thing to go for if you are a new franchise. So I think that was one of the strengths of New World for itself. But yeah, I think it's a bit different for a game that already has a franchise, that already has the class identities. Then I think you kind of lose a little bit, especially with the unique classes like Mesmer, and then because you kind of like you're taking a step back instead of a step forward. I think.
Yeah, one thing that they did mention was skill collection, and that is very much very Guild Wars 1 coded. So in Guild Wars 1, right, if you wanted to, you know, collect your elite skills, for example, you have to go and find a boss that has that elite skill and then steal it, basically. You have to capture that elite skill.
That's really cool.
Yeah, really fun. And yeah, there was a lot more of that kind of almost like scavenger hunt. Like you got to hunt down, oh, this trainer has the skill. They can train you how to learn that ability. Or this quest will reward you with this skill that, you know, you really want to fit into your build. And of course, yeah, the skill hunting aspect of it. So I think that they are definitely going to combine, like blend this exploration that, you know, we really like in Guild Wars with
fighting spells.
With finding these spells, like building up your class, like building
really
your character.
Fun. I love that.
Yeah.
Have you ever played a Blue Mage in Final Fantasy?
I've not played Final Fantasy ever.
Okay, fair enough.
So I'm out of the loop. You're gonna have to explain it to me.
Yeah, so Blue Mage in Final Fantasy 14 is basically your entire skill set is stolen spells, but it's not seen as a real class like everything else, so it's not balanced in the same way. It's meant to be like a fun class. I think it doesn't even go to the same max level, but I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, you go around, you kill monsters to pick, like, to learn their skills. I think there's other ways of unlocking as well. So it's your entire skill set is completely random. It feels like, because it's not like these are the Blue Mage, you know, type of spells. It's like you kill this rat, so now you have this. I don't remember any specific examples. I'm just gonna make something up, but you kill this rat, so now you have a scratch ability, for example. It's like that kind of direction with it, and I think it was so cool and unique when I first experienced it. But I can see how it's hard to really balance that at an end game thing. So for now, it's seen more as a fun class. It's not a real class.
Yeah, in a weird way, that's a bit reminiscent of Guild Wars 1 Mesmer, actually. Because in Guild Wars 1 Mesmer, you have kind of like almost like a genre of abilities that let you steal abilities from your opponent. So you can say, aha, I've interrupted your spell and now I can throw it back at you. Or, aha, I have stolen your elite skill and now you have just like some worthless junk to use. It's like, it's like very, very, the class is very troll, like the, a troll illusionist style of character.
Really fun.
Yeah, it is fun, yeah. Like there's the class design, I think, in Guild Wars 1 is super interesting. I think a lot of players would be very excited, like if they did actually take some ideas from Guild Wars 1 in addition to Guild Wars 2.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, when I heard about the Blue Mage thing, I didn't know about Guild Wars 1 having anything similar. So for me, that was a whole new experience, and I can imagine people playing Guild Wars 3. For a lot of people, that'll be a new concept. And I think when you can give people this, wow, this is like something entirely new, something I've never seen before, those are really cool stuff. Like one of the things that captured people, playing WoW originally was, for example, the whole open world, right? People had never seen anything like it. It felt like it's a real world, but in the game. And like being able to run through one side of like Kalimdor to the other side of it, it was a mind-blowing experience. And yeah, I think the more times you can make those fun, unique experiences part of the game, I think is really good.
I completely agree. We must see the future of gaming, the future of all gaming. Billions must play Guild Wars 3. It's the only way.
Millions is not enough. We need billions. You know, the gaming industry as a whole has increased so much. So, like, I think thinking about that as well, then it's even more sad that the MMO genre has shrunk. Like, MMO is shrinking, but, like, gaming as a whole has, like, just exponentially exploded. So there's potential. There's a lot of people who have computers with internet and, willing to play games, and we need to get them all in.
The Zoomers must play. The Zoomers, their power must be harnessed. Look, okay, we can do this. Okay, hold on, whoa. People who are editing this video, we need 15 TikToks out of this. Play like Vine Boom Far Sound. Okay, come on, let's do this. We can get them. We can get them. Like, we need like Colin to come on stream next time and like do the 6-7 thing. Okay, like I think that will work. That'll get them on board.
Oh my God.
Right? Yeah. Well, I mean, look, you want them on board? No, we have to speak their language. Yeah, the NPCs in the game need to talk about that. Like they that's how it needs to be.
You know what I'm hearing though? Now I'm hearing that the kids or the Zoomers, they're no longer 6-7ing.
Yeah.
So now it's only the boomers who can't get over it who is doing it.
So we're already behind then, is what you're saying here. It's already too late.
Behind.
We have to be more cutting edge than this.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we have to hope that ArenaNet are hip with the times. They're very good at setting up their audio. Okay, you're gonna find that out when you watch the interview. By the way, they are experts at audio.
Oh, I did hear that the audio was having a lot of issues.
It almost might be intentional. It's a running gag at this point, right? Sometimes there's the audio's muted. Sometimes it's incredibly loud. Sometimes it's completely inaudible. This time, the gain on the microphones was oscillating on a near constant basis.
Oh no! Wait, so did they release like a different version of it on YouTube? Because some people were saying that there's a better version to watch. Someone
fixed it, and equalized it to make it a more pleasant audio experience. However, I would recommend the original because it is actually really funny. Yeah.
Really? It's funny to see tech issues?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to have to check it out.
A little bit, at least.
Yeah. Wait, Chunky Ninja fixed it? Wait, is the audio fix like uploaded, on the official channel?
No, not on the, it's a third party did it, yeah. Like someone who just thought, all right, I'm fixing this. Someone's got to fix this. I'm going to do it. And yeah, they uploaded it so that people could have, a more pleasant, listening experience.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
If it's true that it's Chunky Ninja, he's basically Preach's mod, if you don't know him.
Oh. I didn't actually see who did it,
he's his mod.
That would make sense.
Or like he's in his team, so it's actually a bit more than mod. Yeah. Like he's his editor and stuff like that. Or artist. Yeah, I'm not sure what the exact rules is, but yeah. But yeah, that's funny though. So it's a third party fix. That's funny.
Yeah. But real thought though, I think you're going to be watching it later, I think, or at some point in the future. It is actually a really, really great thing. Like, it's a very human thing, and it's part of the communication that I've really enjoyed about ArenaNet over the last couple of years. They sound like gamers, right? They're talking really nice to us as players, players themselves, right? It's very honest, very frank, and very sincere, right? Like, I really get the idea that the game directors, right, like the leads, because of course there's 3, right? Like there's one game director for each Guild Wars, right? They all sound like they play their own game, right? And they actually enjoy their own game. It's funny actually, like he hasn't streamed for a while actually, but Grouch, the game director for Guild Wars 2, he even streams sometimes, like streams Guild Wars 2, like, you know,
No
playing the game.
way.
Yeah.
Just casual playing.
Well, a little bit more than that, you know, he's actually a bit of a sweat.
Oh.
He plays,
Really?
he's a big fan of World versus World, and he actually plays in like a custom game mode called GW2. He's played in a couple of like Guild versus Guild, which is quite, you know, a niche and hardcore. Well, it's like player constructed, right? Like, it's 15v15, but it's not like official. Like the players have said, okay, we're gonna group up and fight 15v15, right? Is pretty common. So yeah, he's big into it. Used to play a lot of PvP. Actually, before he even worked at the studio, he ran PvP tournaments, right? And was like a big part of, who was involved in the esports scene for the game when that was more of a thing as well, before eventually joining the studio, right? And of course, you know,
that's incredible.
Being important. Yeah, and that's true of a lot of the devs as well. A lot of the devs have been players, right? Like someone who, you know, is a very well loved dev, a guy called Roy, kind of has a similar story to that. Actually was a really big figure in the World versus World community, and ended up joining the studio and made some great improvements, guess what, to World versus World. And yeah, like, you know, you absolutely love to see that. And, you know, it's really cool to see.
A lot of them enjoy World versus World.
Yeah.
And maybe that's why that was one of the pillars that were mentioned, because they mentioned 4 different areas of improvement, and one of them was that. And I remember feeling surprised because I was like, what, really? Like they're putting focus on a PvP mode? But yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Yeah,
real dedicated people who's into it.
There are actually like very diverse interests amongst the devs, because of course there are plenty of devs that, you know, simply enjoy the open world and the story. But there are even like plenty of devs that have cleared the hardest raid content in the game and are also like hardcore raiders, like who play the endgame PvE as well. In fact, and this is, you know, this is rather cool actually, but one of the developers, a guy called Trig, was actually in a group which was one of the first teams to actually clear a very hard boss that was released. Like, was involved in early raid progression. Actually, didn't test it, right? Like they progressed it like on the live servers. And actually, is also a big fan of PvP and of course PvE as well, which is always, it's cool to see, right? Like it's great to see. You know, like ArenaNet is, look, don't wanna glaze them too much, okay? They're not paying me enough for that. But yeah, they are a great studio. There's a reason why I've you know, continued to play Guild Wars, and why I like Guild Wars 3 to me is, okay, this is actually a big deal, is because I trust the studio. Like, this is a good studio. Like, they run their studio in an ethical way towards their players. They treat their devs well, and they actually like their own video game as well at the same time. So it's, I mean, you just love to see it, right?
Yeah, I mean, and this is a discovery I've been making the last few days, you know, ever since the announcement, because one of the first things I noticed was, because I was watching other people's reaction to the moment as well, and people were like, oh, Colin. I was like, oh, like, you know, who's this? Because I had never, you know, taken part in any kind of like discussion from ArenaNet about the game, so I didn't really know anybody, right? And then from that, the announcement pages that they made where they talk about what's happening, and then they mentioned the video tomorrow. We'll talk about, you know, what is next, and, you know, on the Guild Wars 2, you know, worries and stuff like that. And then I watched that show, and then watched the interview that Colin did. I think by IGN or something. I'm not sure. Yeah. And I was telling my chat as well. I was like, he is saying all the right things, and I didn't think that they were gonna say that. Like, I didn't have that much faith, I guess. Like, I thought it was going to be, you know, new MMO, exciting times, you know, better technology, better, you know, everything, use our experience, and, like, you know, just, you know, move forward from that, basically. But, you know, things like MMOs needing, like, a new, you know, clean, modern game, new slate, new revolution, and a new evolution, rather. I was really happy to hear that, because I feel like a lot of new MMOs that come out these days are not really trying to make something that's new. They're trying to make what kind of exists, but with, you know, a little bit of a, maybe their own art take on it, or their own something take on it. But at the end of the day, it's like another MMO with another skin. But no, I really felt like they were saying all the good things that I have been thinking. And so, yeah, no, my trust for ArenaNet has grown so much in the last few days. Yeah. And I'm going to watch the live stream too. I wasn't home yesterday. That's why I couldn't watch it when it happened. And today I was stuck in Chalice of Tears. Yeah, next stream I think I will watch it.
Very exciting. And yes, that IGN stream was a treat. Love to hear My guy Colin shitting on battle passes. Very, very nice.
Yes.
Very good. Keep that away from my video game. Love that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like
Hell
no
yeah.
subscription and no like basically hidden subscription. Like Battle Pass is basically like a guilty subscription. And it's so nice to hear him say that because I would have expected a Battle Pass because that's what most games
the norm,
these
right?
days. Yeah. That is the norm. That is the modern approach to live service games. But no, it's really nice to hear what he was saying.
It was indeed. And there's some more news coming up later this week, apparently. I think probably about the lore and yeah. Like, and I think this is very part of their development and marketing strategy here is that I think they're going to be pretty much constantly giving us a little bit of a tease, like every couple of weeks, every month, that kind of thing. And yeah, I think they're going to be talking about the lore and the setting later on this week. So that will be fun. Like, I'm sure we'll get some like super cool concept art, right? Maybe a couple of still shots of the terrain, perhaps, like in the engine, so we can see what it's looking like, and just a bit of context, right, about the setting, about the world, about the lore of how 3 is going to look. But yeah, I think that I'm really liking their plan so far with their communication. I'm expecting it to be pretty constant. I'm expecting more interviews, obviously, from the developers, like more streams, like the Q&A they did, and indeed, like more major updates, like regarding the game over the coming months. So I think it does feel like a long time until beta, but I don't think it's going to be boring, honestly. Like especially with the Guild Wars 2 stuff going on with the Hall of Monuments.
It sounds like they've got a year of content coming, so yeah it's gonna feel very quick.
I hope so.
I heard also that after the announcement, they saw an uptick of like 40% players or something.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Crazy. Yeah.
But it makes sense because people may have played Guild Wars 2 before and are maybe like in my position kind of like, oh, okay, wait, a new one is coming. I need to, finish what is in this game. So I'm, completely prepared for the new game. And then maybe some people who are like, Guild Wars. Yeah, I mean, I knew about it, but like I never really tried it. Maybe it's time. I've had people in my chat ask, hey, like, I'm just getting into into Guild Wars 2 and what expansions should I consider and, things like that. And I definitely noticed that there was more people asking that now compared to my previous streams of Guild Wars. So it's really nice to see. Yeah.
I think there's a reason why they feel so confident to kind of take a bit of a step back from doing Guild Wars 2 expansions and instead go, right, we want to fix the game. We've got some tech debt. We've got some old stuff. We've got bugs we want to fix, right? We want to add Hall of Monuments. There's a reason why they feel so confident to do that is because they know that this is a big deal. They know this is going to generate some waves in the MMO space at the very least. And I've had the exact same experience, right? Like it's just constant players saying, yeah, new player or, oh yeah, I'm coming back. Like I'm logged in, right? Like I've seen faces who, who haven't watched my stream for years, right? Pop up again and say like, wow, I saw this. This is so cool. Like, I remember watching you back when I was playing Guild Wars 2, right? All that kind of stuff. Like, yeah, now I'm back. Let's go. Right? I'm back in on Guild Wars 2. And I want to see what's going on. Yeah, there's loads of players there, and like huge uptick. And this is before they've even done anything, right? They haven't even actually added Hall of Monuments to the game yet, right? They haven't actually added any content, and they've already seen like a significant uptick in like how many players are logged in. Like, and indeed, I think they said that there's a lot of returning players as well in the same in this Q&A as well. Like the amount of returning, I think they had like a new record of returning players with Visions of Eternity or something, if I'm not mistaken.
Really?
And then they broke that record again just now, basically. Yeah, with this announcement,
yeah.
Which I think is pretty cool.
That's incredible.
So yeah, the game is alive. It's not dead. Yeah.
That's like everyone's biggest fear, my game dying.
Yeah. And yeah, the last patch of Visions of Eternity is the biggest patch as well of the expansion.
Oh, when is that?
It is going to be on September 1st, I think. It's in 83 days, and it's the conclusion of the expansion. So you better catch up. You're behind.
Oh, I'm not going to make it in 83 days. There's also like a part of me that doesn't want to like rush, you know what I mean? Like, for example, yesterday I spent about 2 hours, and then today I spent about 2 hours just like progressing Chalice of Tears. And if I was in a rush, I wouldn't do that, right? I would just like rush the story. And I like playing games in this way where I allow myself to get distracted. I allow myself to do the side games, mini games. I think it fleshes out the experience more properly. I think I tend to. I'm not a big like lore enthusiast. Like in WoW, I'm pretty clueless when it comes to lore, and so if I play only story, I will forget most of my experience in the game. But when I do all those side things, for me, that's what fleshes out the game for me and gives me a better experience and memory of the game as well.
I think that's one of the best things about MMOs. I think that's why we like them, right? Is that they often have this kind of extraordinary depth to them, right? There's so much to do, like so many things to do, and the variety as well. There's like loads of different things that you can end up doing in all of these games as well, which I think is always really, really good. And yeah, I mean, they are a world. They have this permanence to them, right? Like you're going to be playing this game for many years to come, right? I think that's always a really fun part of it. I can't believe all these youngsters, they don't appreciate it. They don't appreciate the idea of delving into a virtual world. Okay, they're missing out with their Fortnite, okay, and all this stuff. Like, what is going on there? Zoomers.
Fortnite. Yeah, the Zoomers. The Gen Z.
Yeah. Well, we've talked about a lot of stuff, actually. We've gone wild here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have. It's been good talk.
Yeah, 100%. It's good to hang out. 100%.
Yeah.
Meet a new gamer, of course. We may have passed as ships in the night in OnlyFans, as it turns out, but it's the official introduction. Okay, you've already, had the pleasure to talk to Lara, of course. I think a couple of times before.
Yeah.
I think in the grand WoW sponsor campaign that happened a while back, I was paired up with Max, in fact, playing some raids.
That was also so genius by ArenaNet. Like pairing us like that was so nice and wholesome because it gave me a foot into the community that exists here as well, because sometimes MMOs can have pretty split communities, right? So being introduced and paired up with Larenity felt like just like perfect approach to the game, really understanding how streaming works. And then I heard about you being paired with Max and Mukluk with Nagura. Yeah, I believe it was. Maybe there was more people, I'm not sure, but I know about those 3 pairs. Yeah. And yeah, I think that was awesome.
It's so funny because this has not been ANET's strength historically, actually. Like they have struggled to perhaps engage with marketing. Yeah, it's got a lot better. It's one of the things that has been very notable, especially kind of how do I say this? Like understanding internet culture. I think they have a much better grasp of it. Yeah. Than they used to. Oh, 100%. Like like for example, there was a time when they were banning like all Pepes, right? Like on the official channel. If you typed any frog emote, you'd be immediately banned. Okay. Like
yeah. You can't do it on Twitch.
Yeah.
It's too normalized on Twitch. You can't do that.
Yeah, so they have learned, they have progressed a whole lot. Yeah. I think it's actually really interesting that you would say that they actually get it and they get streaming, because that's really good to hear. And I imagine like if ANET hear that, they'd be super happy about that, because again, I think that's been one of the major criticisms that they've actually had, is that in a way they're boomers. They don't quite get internet culture, but I think they've been really working on that. And a lot of the team that kind of manages this kind of stuff, like interaction with streamers and all that sort of thing, right, is way better than it used to be. And yeah, I think that particular campaign was really, really good. I actually have, there's this really funny meme. So Scripe, right, from Echo, right? He actually was trying to contact ANET and do like a little fun thing. You know how they played, Echo played Final Fantasy, right? If you know that, right?
Yes, like they did like a team.
They did top, right? They did an ultimate. And Scripe wanted to do something like that in Guild Wars 2. And like I said, they just left him on red, right? Which is just it's so funny. Like, and like it was crazy because I was doing like this middlemanning. I was trying to like connect them because I love the race towards. I think it's super exciting, right? I'm super engaged with all the stuff going on there, right? And I was trying to like middleman like between ANET and Scripe to get something going, and it was a bit of a mess, to be honest. It was a fiesta.
When was this?
This was actually relatively recently. Yeah, it was before Secrets of the Obscure, so I want to say it was maybe a hair over 3 years ago, if I'm not mistaken.
When was Janthir Wilds?
of 2024 or 5. I can't remember. Hold on. Let me look it up. Yeah, 20. Oh wait, it was it was revealed on 2024. When did it actually release? It was released on 2024, August 20th, 2024.
Okay.
Time is hard. Okay, I don't remember this stuff.
I have some experience too in terms of like an example of like bad sponsor.
Dear.
I mean, not bad. Okay, not bad, but just like not really understanding how it works. So I was sponsored to play for the release of Ganther Wilds. So technically, I did play at that point, but they were very adamant that I need to play that expansion. And I was trying to say that that's not a good way for me to play the game, both for me and also for my audience. If I'm like just thrown into the latest expansion, it's not going to make sense. It's going to be confusing, and I'm not going to know what the heck is going on, right? But they were very keen. They were basically, I couldn't change their minds. So I had to play Ganther Wild. So I did. I played it for 2 hours, had no idea what's going on. I had a boosted character, and when it was over, I was like, oof, yeah, I don't know, that was a lot. Yeah, we'll see. Maybe I'll play more sometime in the future, but for now, like, I don't know, I need to just let that settle. And this time, when they wanted to sponsor me, they said, yeah, we want to sponsor you, and you can do whatever you want. And I was like, oh, wait, really? Like, I can do, like, just the beginning levels? And they're like, yeah, you can do whatever you want. So the difference for me now was, okay, that sounds amazing. I do want to have a little bit of experience when I stream it, just for myself to have, you know, better, more natural ways of approaching talking points and stuff like that. And because they were so nice and understanding and wanting to, I think they wanted to sponsor me for multiple sessions as well, and letting me do whatever I want, I was like, okay, well, I'm going to start 3 weeks in advance to progress the game. And so I did. So I hopped into the game, like more, you know, natural approach to the game. Started from the beginning, spent like 4 hours creating my character, you know, as you do, or as I do. I'm not sure if you do that. And just, you know, took my time slowly through the game. And then by the time I did the sponsor, you know, I had a decent amount of hours into the game. And so it felt so natural and it felt so much better. And so, yeah, my experience of like the marketing approach was that they understand how it works. At this point, so much more than last time. Because on top of that, that's when they also paired me with Serenity. So I did have a couple solo sessions, and then I had a session with her. And yeah, no, everything just felt so much more natural and makes sense. I got to play the game from the beginning. I had things to talk about with Serenity as well. I wasn't just like confused while doing high-level quests. And yeah, no, it just felt great.
Yeah. I mean, that's good to hear, because I think that is broadly reflective of that. And yeah, I'm not surprised you had that type of experience. Honestly, there was a very infamous stream that happened at the same time, actually, with Soda, right? They sponsored Soda to play the game. And like, it was, I can only describe it as anti-marketing, because I think he was there for like an hour or something, like an hour or two. And they clearly said, right, you need to go play Ganther Worlds, right? And
he was the same expensive.
He didn't even make it out of the first story instance. Like, his entire sponsored gameplay was listening to dialogue and nothing else. No gameplay. And he just looked bored and completely disengaged the entire time. His viewers were like trolling in the chat, like going like, what the hell is this? Like, Omega lol, obviously. I watched the entire thing, but I couldn't look away. I was like, I can't believe this is happening, right? And look, like, we both know that, look, there's a lot of money involved in that, and they paid quite a lot for someone to do this.
Like Soda, that's a lot of money. Yeah.
Like, there's a lot going on there, and they basically got like negative value. Congratulations, you just made your game look bad in front of like 10,000 people. Like, that's nice, very good.
Yeah.
Like.
Now that you say that, I remember that too. My main memory of my experience was I was in this like hall, and all these NPCs were talking to each other, and I had no idea what they're talking about.
Well, good news. When you get there again, you will now. Feels good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. You're on your way.
When I get there.
Yeah. Absolutely incredible stuff. Oh, like the chat is reminding me of all of these brutal marketing operations they ran over the years, and it's bringing back memories. Okay, it's bringing back some bad memories. I don't know what to tell you. It's unfortunate. As like the legendary taxi cab ad. The taxi cab ad that was something that was like super old school. I think they paid a long time ago. They paid Max to basically just show a banner on his stream the entire time, and it was just not a good look. They did that with a bunch of League of Legends streamers as well. The taxi, okay.
Without playing, just the banner.
Yeah. Yeah, and then like to like play the trailer on stream as well, and like not even talk about the game really. the taxi. Like, to be honest, this is good content for you to react to. Okay, like I almost don't want to spoil it too much. I'll give you like the vague rundown.
Like if you give me a link, maybe.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me get the link for you.
I mean,
hold on.
Don't have to for this time. Maybe like next time. But you can give me a small TLDR, or maybe nothing is better. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, no rush. It's okay.
Okay.
I'm also
wait, yeah, here we go. It's on Discord. This is the taxi cab. The taxi cab hidden roleplay. So what they did here was they like dressed a bunch of taxis up, and
like in real life.
In real life, and they were role playing as Tyrians, and they were like, yeah, okay, like, you know, this is where I want to go to live. Like, I want to go to live in Tyria. And they were like, oh yeah, there's no subscription fees and stuff. And it's like random people. They just like get random people in these taxi cabs and start talking about like immigrating to the land of Tyria. It's like some of the most awkward, like cringe I have ever seen. It is brutal.
Oh, that sounds hilarious.
I mean, it is hilarious. It is funny. Like, it is funny, but it's kind of maybe not funny in the good way. It was very questionable, I think, at the time. Well,
it's funny if you're already a player, because then you then it becomes comedic. For other people, it's probably like, what the hell is this?
Yeah, like what is going on?
Yeah. Just like confused.
Yeah, it's
yeah, I'm also
it's been interesting.
I'm also realizing the time. I actually need to start thinking about my thing that I'm doing soon, so it might be a good time to wrap up.
I think it is. That's honestly, I can't think of a better note to wrap things up on and to end on than the legendary taxi cab ad that still is spoken about in hushed tones to this day.
That's hilarious.
So yeah.
Well, thank you for doing the education for that. I need to check it out. So I will do that.
So yep. Thank you very much for hopping on. An absolute pleasure to meet you, and you know, a prospective new Guild Wars fan. Someone will be leading the charge together into Guild Wars 3. Fantastic stuff. Absolutely love that. But yeah, it was awesome to meet you. And well, I'm sure our paths will cross again, maybe in a couple of different games even. Actually, very exciting stuff. And yeah, of course, if you ever want to hang out or do some stuff or got some questions, I'm more than happy to hop on and see what I can do. Okay, if you want even more Guild Wars history lessons, like we can do that.
Oh, this type of history? Absolutely. If it's like lore history, it might be a bit difficult for me to like keep focused. My ADHD doesn't allow me.
Oh, it's fine. You need the other British guy for that. Okay, I'm the wrong British guy for that. That's fine.
Oh, wait, who's the other British guy?
Guy called Wooden Potatoes. He's like the turbo lore warlord.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
That's funny. But you know, this kind of history I really enjoy, so thank you.
Yeah, you're more than welcome. And yeah, thank you very much indeed. And yeah, I'll let you get on with the rest of your content. A busy day, I think, a busy day. And of course, I hope you continue to enjoy the game, right? It's been awesome to kind of observe your journey into Guild Wars 2. That's what we do as MMO players. Like, we look at new players like, you know, like a kid looking at an ant through a magnifying glass. It's always a classic experience. Yeah, I will let you go. Thank you so much indeed for hopping on.
So much for having
Have a wonderful day. Catch you later.
You too. Yeah, take care.
Oh, take it easy. See ya. Well, there you go then. Okay. Any new to Guild Wars 2? Relatively speaking, yeah. Relatively speaking. Throwing Dory. Wait, how is that throwing him under the bus? Wait, what do you mean? I'm like, I feel like, wait, that's not me throwing him under the bus. Isn't it quite the opposite? Bro knows his shit. The taxi roleplay is cringe. I mean, it's rough. Okay, it's definitely rough. Right, guys, I'm probably not going to stream that much more because I do kind of need to do some final... Yeah, I've got to pack and do some final preparations. I might do about half an hour more, guys, just to kind of get to like around 5 hours. Because, yeah, I am gonna have to actually dash after that. I wanted to do a little bit more content and talk about what Guild Wars 3 could be. Because there's... I think... I'm finding myself a little bit frustrated with people kind of freaking out about like MMO Lite, and I want to talk about that. But to be honest, I don't think I want to do that now, because I don't want to rush it. I actually want to think about it as well. I don't have enough time to do like another YouTube slot today. So I will probably do that while I'm in Canada, as opposed to doing it here, actually. So that's probably gonna be a thing for another day. I go to Canada. That's right. Yeah. I'm actually leaving in 10 hours. Not flying in 10 hours, but you know, I'm leaving the house to actually get to work in 10 hours. When's the next stream? I may even try to stream tomorrow. So yeah, tomorrow. Maybe. So I will actually arrive with time to do stuff in Canada, but obviously a lot of it will be the setup and actually, you know, getting everything sorted out, like traveling, right? Like all that kind of stuff. So I might try and stream, just like have a little fun stream, right? With like me and Snab, right? Like we might stream from his PC on his account, right? Maybe not mine. Mine will be set up to stream from my computer, my laptop, so it should be fine. But we'll see. I'm not totally sure. You carrying an entire PC? No, I'm taking my laptop. Wave eat from across the border, just south of where you're visiting. Ah, exciting. Yeah. But yeah, no, I will be streaming from there because we know there's news coming, right? There's gonna be news, and we're gonna do a tea time, guys. So it's a bit of a meetup over there for a bit of context. Yo, Lara in the chat, by the way. Boom. Don't forget to sleep. Listen. You have got no room to talk, okay? Lara's sleep schedule is somehow worse than mine. Although mine is actually good. I'm reformed. Lara is the unreformed one. But anyway. Yeah, we're doing a bit of a hard reset isn't real. Well, that's actually a skill issue. Just because Lara has failed hard reset does not mean that hard reset is not real. Hard reset is effective. Also, nice lie. Lara confirmed to me that hard reset worked. I was actually in communication with Lara during a hard reset, where she said that, oh yeah, it was fucked up for like 1 week, but then it started to work after that, and you just force yourself to stay awake. So that's actually disinformation. Lara admits that hard reset works. I look forward to the content. Yeah. So what's gonna happen, guys? I am actually gonna try, and again, I'll try to like host Sneb if I can, so it will point you towards it, and I'll tweet and stuff. But there might be streams on my channel or Sneb's channel, right? Because of reasons, right? Like I will try to actually stream the IRL stuff. We're going to be doing some hikes in some really beautiful areas in Banff. I'm going to be running a half marathon. I will try to stream that if I can. All this kind of stuff. And of course, I'm going to be at Sneb's place. We're going to be streaming from his PC, from my PC, right? We're going to be doing a tea time. There's going to be a tea time with me, Darren's, and Sneb. And actually, this might be a little bit fun, guys. We are going to be inviting on, I think, some of the community as well. So it will be like an IRL tea time with viewer call-ins almost, because like some Guild Wars 2 community members are actually going to be at this event there as well. So we might have some like extra guests on the tea time to talk about stuff as well. So obviously that's going to be happening. We'll be talking about Guild Wars 3, Guild Wars 2. Who knows? Maybe we can have Lara call in. Okay, who knows? Or like other Guild Wars 2 people. Will your audio be good? I mean, I hope so. Like, I will try and set it up right. I am bringing a decent mic, so it should be fine, I think. I'm not bringing my actual microphone here, like the Shure, but I'm taking a broadcast headset, which should be pretty decent. Yeah, I will do Discord pings. I will do a variety of things. Also, wait, guys, I believe that Plenga.shop is enabling. Also, shout out to Shrimps247, Shrimplaz. Are you guys seeing this content? Shout out to YouTube, by the way. What's the event in Canada? It's just a bit of a meetup, like organized by Sneb, and I guess I'm technically involved to an extent. Sneb's doing all the work. Oh! They're gonna try and knock me off the mount here. Go for a week? Yeah, about a week. And we will do a variety of things, a variety of content. Oh, this is actually bad. Need to get the stability here. Got the stability. Oof. Yeah, we're good. Wait, Plenix, why are you typing Omega, lol, bro? Do you feel marathon ready? Oh, definitely not marathon. Fuck that. Half marathon, I'll be all right. I'll live. I'll get through it. I do want to train a lot more, though. Like, I have been very, very busy. I haven't been able to train quite as much as I would have liked, but I think when I get back, then the real fucking grind begins. Like, my schedule's pretty clear for a while. This is an image I sent you. Well, let me check it out. Does it better not be more fucking AI commits, bro? Oh, yes. Wait, Plenix, is Plenga.shop confirmed? Yes or no? Is Plenga.shop back? And I'm not in the group, so I'm getting like 0 stability. This is the worst shit I've ever experienced in my entire life. We're also dead. Still missing. Wait, are you live, Plenix? Are you live? I'm gonna donate points. Wait, you're not live. Wait, can I still donate Plenga points when he's not live? Oh my God, I only have, you can. Guys, you need to get here now. 5 hours, you can still donate points. We need, how many Plenga points? Oh my God, no, we need 40k Plenga points in 5 hours to bring Plenga.shop back. Guys, if you are a Plenix viewer, you must go there, you must donate points now. Quick. Wait. Oh no. Wait, you can't do it? Unless it's live? No. Let's maybe relive some Plenix clips. What the fuck? Plenix has to release the forbidden one.
Look at
It's
this.
bugged. It's actually bugged.
Always solved, bro.
We've got it every time.
Okay, it's gonna be solved again. Watch me. If it's solved, I really solve
That'd be
Plenga.
Oh my God! Yeah. Bro, you said it. You said it live.
Oh, clip it, chat.
You said it live. You know what you have to do it.
Shoe LCM. I mean, I want to find the shoe clip, yeah. Where's the shoe clip? Oh, yes. Dude, the title of this clip is so good, by the way. Lynn made the perfect clip. We meet again.
No, not the shoe.
Wait, isn't this the original Plan Despair? Can you imagine the Plan Despair emote we would have got out of this?
No, not the shoe.
This one is so brutal as well. Look how fucked the water is, by the way, guys. It's so broken.
Ah!
The game is fucked. Oh, man. Is Nike gonna join Tea Time? Yes, I'm basically just gonna rotate through everyone for tea time. I will rotate throughout the entire community. All billions must be on tea time. Planix, go live so we can donate our Planga points, though. Like, this is unacceptable. Like, we demand the return of Planga.shop. Maintenance mode.
I think some of the concern that I have heard, I'm making an assumption here. I think that there is maybe a concern out there that we are moving people off of Guild Wars 2 onto Guild Wars 3 while we're in this maintenance mode. Out there that we are moving people off of Guild Wars 2 onto Guild Wars 3 while we're in this maintenance mode.
Wait, what is this? Fast car nudie jewel? DAOC? Wait, I'm looking through the video. Where's the video of the dual fast car? There's like a screenshot of you next to Nudie. When do you fight him? Daily reminder. No, Planix is hyped for Guild Wars 3, guys. Like, Planix is gonna love Guild Wars 3. 100%. Can I remind you all of this beautiful killer CM?
Right though, guys.
Oh my god, no.
We need to do second beats
Nico, you need to
second beats.
take Brahma. Take
So I need to soak me or I'm gonna die.
So to everyone.
Someone soak, oh my god! Oh, what a throw. Okay, CC and then try and burn it, I guess. It's still playable, you need to CC though. You need to YOLO spread and CC now. You need to YOLO spread. Yep. Dude, that was fucking deplete, bro. Holy shit. I've played a lot of World vs. World. I'm maxed. Finished my thing. Well, I don't have much left to do, guys. I'm just gonna chill, farm some drops, I guess, for a couple of seconds, and then I'm gonna peace out. I think, yeah, like I said, I'll do another 20 minutes. Make it around 5 hours. Good stream today, very action-packed, right? Like, I did Fandral time yesterday that will be uploaded. Did the interview analysis is going up today. And we had, like, a random extra tea time as well. More fashion contests? Yes. It was a packed stream. Yeah, it's gonna be nice to not stream, like, fucking 10 hours a day. Let me tell you that, guys. Let me tell you that. Discourse? Guys, I am not doing Discourse stream. Yesterday, Discourse stream was enough. Did you guys enjoy the Discourse yesterday, by the way? Did you have fun with that? I heard Roy tried to bring back WoW at ArenaNet. I did. I actually heard that as well. I did hear that. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. I very much appreciate it, guys. Thank you very much indeed. And yeah, I think it's going to be good. I'm looking forward to it. Oh, wait, 0 Pulse. Oh, shit. I wonder who this is. Oh! Need to actually stay away. Bro, amalgam is like the most cancerous shit that exists. Unironically, bro. No joke, bro. Like, the amount of like random evades and just slop that this class has is crazy. Fortunately, I'm also playing a class that's really cancerous, so it kind of balances out. My friend, I learned so much about guilty. Thanks for dedicated fashion. Hey, me and your wife, well, hey, you're very welcome. Thank you very much indeed. Glad you're enjoying the game. Going on a day hike or staying out there for the night. Wait, in Canada? Oh, yeah, so we're doing a couple of things. We're actually camping in Banff because it's, you know, for the half marathon because the half marathon's early. And yeah, Sneb's got like an itinerary, right? Like, Sneb's got like a bunch of shit that we're doing. Seeing the local sites, right? Like hanging out, like obviously like meeting up with the Guild Wars 2 gang, right? Like hiking and stuff, going to a couple of different like, you know, kind of nature places to go and visit. It's gonna be a really good time. Looking forward to it. Sneb is Canadian? Yeah. Yeah, no, it's gonna be really good. I'm definitely planning on traveling a bit. Like, I'm probably gonna be at Gamescom as well this year, guys, and probably next year as well. So if you guys are going to Gamescom, can have another little kind of hybrid little meetup, I guess, little impromptu meetup in Cologne. Lovely, lovely. Brazil or big? I mean, I'd love to talk to Brazil again. Me after today. Classic. There is a there's a very specific example that spam apps that I was talking about there. Okay, the example is that basically these two players, they're very good at the game. Just to be very clear, Spin and Portable Log are really good. They were abusing. What happened to Planix? Wait, why is this after? Why is this you? Also, dude, do you remember when fucking Oh shit! Do you guys remember when Patho actually played the game? Yeah, I remember that, bro. I remember when he actually played the game. Oh, fuck, man. Yeah, got goddamn roaming guild on my ass. What the hell? That's crazy. Visit Alberta someday. Beautiful nature. Yeah, it looks really good. I think I'm looking forward to it in person. Is ArenaNet and Gamescom confirmed? It isn't. And that's why I say I'm probably going. Like, if ArenaNet aren't going to be there, then I guess I probably won't go. But I am definitely leaning in that direction. I'm really hoping that they confirm. I'm definitely hoping that they confirm, like, if they're going to be there or not relatively soon, for sure. ArenaNet, please communicate. I beg you. Yeah. I hope they do it soon as well. Like, ideally, in my opinion, they should do it like next week. Just so people can plan. Because obviously, like, a lot of people are going to want to go. If ArenaNet are there, obviously. Like, especially, you know, people in Europe. So I think they should announce it pretty soon. Never played this game before. Should I wait till Guild Wars 3? You definitely can if you want to, but yeah, Guild Wars 2 is also good. If you want to learn a little bit about the lore, the setting, I guess, and hop on board. Oh, well. I'm looking forward to it, Signius Grim. Yes, I'm glad to hear it. Wait, he's live? Planix is live. Guys, you must now donate your Plenga points. How do I did I? Because I haven't been watching any streams. I've been streaming myself and like instantly sleeping. I have Z Plenga points, guys. Look, we have a few hours. You must donate your Plenga. Come on, guys. We need another 10 people to donate 10k, 2k Plenga points. More Plenga points now. Come on. Another 10k Plenga points. 98%. Come on. 8k. 8.5k. 4k. What? Oh, it's done. Yes. Plenga.shop is back. Look at what awaits us, guys. This is what awaits us. Plenga bath mat. Plenga blanket. There's an almost unlimited amount of Plenga themed merch. Shrimple as. Well done, chat. We've donated our points.
It is done.
It is done. Wait, this is Mr. Robot music. Good fucking shit. I think, anyway. Sounds like it.
That is pretty cool.
Plenga.shop is back at long last. Wait, is he bringing back the wheel now?
Shop is back.
Guys, ask him with TTS if he's bringing the wheel back. Yo, Snap, what's up, bro?
Something else as well.
Are you ready? Are you ready for Canada Frenzy? Are you ready for SnebCon?
I hope you're gonna like that as well.
Yeah, I've got my I've got my Canadian as well, Sneb. Ready to go?
Indeed.
I'm also ready to purchase beans. What's happening in Canada? Just a bit of a fun little meetup.
You noticed a brand new thing. Brand new reward has been added as well.
Wait, what did he add?
Should you dare to do that?
Holy shit. Where's Jester? 2.5 million points guarantees the wheel.
Yeah, I am...
That's massive. This is game changing. And that's a lot of points though. I'm not sure I have that many points. And I only have 658.
It's kind of hilarious that you can end the stream twice.
End the stream is 1 million
and it
points.
will still be cheap for the spinning the wheel.
Holy. That is content, actually. We do like that. We do like that. Listen, Sneb, all you need for me and Darren's baked beans and bread, okay? That's all I need. It's all good, bro. It's not a problem. Wait, what kind of baked beans do you guys have in Canada? Double Dragon? Guys, it's not Double Dragon. We can force plans to make a prediction. We'd rig it so one chatter wins 2.5 million. Yeah, it's possible. You'll get Double Dragon from beans in Canada? What are you talking about, guys? Like, unlike Snev and Planix, I am immune to digestive issues. Try to eat like it's not World War II? I mean, no. I prefer it. It's the glory days, guys. Takes me back. Yeah, I mean, look, give me else, guys. I'm not really going to do anything. I am turning the stream off in 10 minutes, then I'm finishing up my prep to go to Canada. Like, if you guys have anything interesting to say, you should say it now. What's the Gar meme? Too easy to say some Gar thing, or Timey Gar. What's the lore on that? Oh, Zoja Gar. I don't really know what Gar means particularly. It's basically like a Twitch meme. Like, various emotes have Gar at the end of them. But Zoja Gar is basically unofficial lore that Nike came up with that involved Mordramoth and Zoja having a child together in the Blighting Pod. And the really advanced lore is that Mordramoth used Logan. Let's put it like that. Logan was required in order to make that happen. Yeah. And he's now missing something. He lost something in the Blighting Pod that medical science can't give back. Yeah. Now you know. Now you know. Also, good news. I did manage to make my Twitch bot work on my laptop. So the doot list will continue. Yeah, now you know. Now you know. And yeah, exactly. ArenaNet could have said it's not true and that the lore is false. But they haven't. They have not shut down the lore. I'm going to do the jumping puzzle. It's time. One of the topics on the stream. Do you think I should have gone there? Yeah, so Annie, are you familiar with Zoja Gar? The hidden lore, the secret lore? That's the opener. Guys, I hate to say this, but DYB is going to be removed. You've had your fun. The drops end and so does DYB. DYB will remove you. What a fucked up day. Oh, thanks for the 333. DYB. The last spam. It didn't appear in the TTS, actually. I guess that's... It doesn't do that. Not so shrimple as. I mean, look, DYB's got to go. Shrimple as. What is DYB? It is a Twitch emote, a custom Twitch emote from a service called 7TV. But I'm afraid all good things must come to an end. I might enable tar. Tar's kind of grown on me. I used to think that tar was trash, but tar might actually be good. We're time for the time leader. Oh, wait, by the way, Guru, there's a bit of an update. We've got an interview with, well, basically, when I'm back from Canada, the package deal will be sorted. There's some availability issues on their end. More T-Swizzler modes. Wait, is Very Tay just a... How do you even have Very Tay? I don't think I enabled that. Is this like a thing on 7? It's a personal emote. Like, do you pay for that to use it in every channel? That's crazy. We need to test Never. Like, okay, wait. What do you think of the new Taylor Swift album, Never? Is it as good as the stuff that you, like, spam requested on stream? Or no? Oh. Oh. No, Old Tay was peak. Album is 8 out of 10. I mean, I guess 8 out of 10 is still pretty good, though. Could be worse. Swifties, GG. This was the only good PvP. It was definitely a really good part of the PvP. Gaming, yeah. Indeed, Snab. Actually, random question, Snab. Like, what's the Ethernet setup like where you're at? Like, how do I need like a mega long cable to connect, or am I just using the Wi-Fi? It's scuffed as hell. Yeah, I thought it would be. It's the same as me. Use Wi-Fi? Yeah, that's fine. I will bring a cable, but if it's scuffed, I'll just, use the Wi-Fi then. Main PC is Ethernet. Probably connect with Ethernet if you need. Well, it's just like if I want to stream, it's probably better to use Ethernet, right? Especially if we're both streaming at the same time. Do you have a network switch or what? But I mean, as long as it's good enough, it's fine. Yeah, it's gonna be hype actually. Can't Yumi and Darren's all be streaming at the same time? Isn't that kind of hype? How many times have you gotten Double Dragon in your life? I am not joking when I say this. I have thrown up before, but the last time I threw up, I think was, yeah, when I was single digit age. Seriously, I think I was like maybe six or seven when I last threw up. And I have never had double dragon. Seriously. I don't know why, but it's just kind of not something that I guess I'm susceptible in some way. I don't know. I'm not sure exactly how that works, but I don't really get that type of illness. I like the only illness I get is like respiratory stuff, right? So I get colds, flu. The worst illness I ever had was, I don't know what it was exactly. I assume just some kind of the flu, but I was genuinely incapacitated. Like, I couldn't even walk. Seriously, like I could barely breathe. I have asthma, and I think that really didn't help. I think it like really fucked up my lungs when I had this like flu or something, and I couldn't breathe. Seriously, like it felt like I was it felt like I was like always out of oxygen, right? Like I felt like you know how you feel that kind of. It's almost a bit like fear, you know, when you don't have enough oxygen, you can't breathe, and or whatever. It was like that all the time. It was really bad. Now, it wasn't COVID. It was like ages ago. It was like when I was 15, like long before COVID. No, I didn't actually have any symptoms from COVID. I didn't have any symptoms from the vaccine, and I almost certainly, obviously, contracted the virus because realistically everyone on the planet did, probably more or less, but I actually didn't have any symptoms. So I kind of got away with it there. I got away kind of scot-free in that situation. Salt Gamescom meetup. I mean, I might be at this Gamescom never, so that will be like a bit of an impromptu meetup. But because realistically they're almost guaranteed to have a demo at next year's Gamescom, I'll definitely be at that one as well. So we can organize something a little bit more. Being immune, well, I wouldn't say I'm like immune or something, but I just haven't, I've just been lucky, I guess. I haven't, I just haven't got that kind of illness for whatever reason. Where is this, JP? It's in the Obsidian Sanctum. Original starts. I mean, I think it was just like a flu, right? It was, or whatever. It was just like it just caught me at a bad time, and I just had a really bad case of flu. I was like ill for an entire week. And yeah, when it was like really bad, I literally couldn't do anything. I was just in bed, like fucking unable to breathe and just fucking dying. I think I was probably a bit run down, maybe, run down, weakened, right? Like the immune system just not firing, maybe. And then it got me, the virus or whatever it was. I had COVID 6 times. Oh man, that is not fun, yeah. Yeah, I didn't mean to run to the emergency room. I've actually never been to hospital, which I guess is not that crazy, but definitely feels pretty good. I have not broken a bone, and I haven't had any like actually serious illness. Feels good. So no serious accident, no serious illness. Ever? No. Oh, that might not be true, actually. I think I had the classic where I, like, smashed my head. No, I don't think I went to hospital for that. My brother did, but I didn't. Yeah. Well, I mean, obviously I was bored in a hospital, guys, right? But it's not the same thing, is it? It made me the Sonic for a week straight. I mean, look, we've all been there. Where's the belief of people who never broke a bone? No. Is it good or bad? I had broken arm, my appendix got removed. Oh, yeah, that is definitely not fun. I mean, those are both pretty unfortunate. Think out of my mind on morphine at the ICU? Oh boy, goodness me. That doesn't sound good. Grim in the chat, duck please. These frail-boned weaklings, indeed. And on that note, I'm actually going to head off, guys. So, what is the plan? I will tell you. I have got to go prep for a trip to Canada. I might stream tomorrow if I'm alive. We'll see how fresh I am with Darren's and the boys. Darren, Sneb, and the boys. There will be a tea time at some point. I will try to stream some of the IRL stuff we're up to. So the run and the hike and all the other stuff that Sneb has got planned for us. And yeah, if there is any news, yeah, there you go. Tea time scheduled for Tuesday. Next Tuesday, guys. We're doing a little tea time. And if there is any news, I will try to cover it. I'm sure me and Sneb will do some streams as well. We don't, we're not like out of the house all day. I'm sure that we'll be at Sneb's place, right? Streaming, gaming, right? Like just doing whatever. All that kind of good stuff. And yeah, that'll do it. I really hope you guys have enjoyed the stream today. The streams might be a bit more sporadic, of course, over the next couple of weeks. And the timing might be a little bit different as well, because obviously I'm in a very different time zone, but we'll see what we can do to give you guys some content. And yeah, it's going to be a good time. I'm really looking forward to it. Meeting all the crew, meeting up with some of the wonderful, wonderful developers as well. It's going to be really fun to obviously meet Sneb in person again, meet Darren's in person for the first time, and Roy, Awesomeness, and Trig. That's gonna be really, really cool. So yeah, maybe we'll stream in the morning, so it's about the same time, right? Like for the to account for the time zone. But yeah, that's gonna do it, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and sort some stuff out. Thank you so much for watching, guys. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream today. Stay tuned on YouTube, right? Make sure you're subscribed on YouTube with notifications on. There's an unending tide of slop that's gonna continue to end up there. Yep, lots of content, lots of news, lots of gaming. And yeah, I'll be streaming from Canada, and then I'm going to be back on the 18th as well. So yep, more tea times, more gaming, more content. I'll see you guys then. I will be back at some point in the future. But until then, gamers, that'll do for now. Let's raid Annie, shall we? Because we had such a great conversation earlier on. We've got to do it. So let's go ahead and say hello to anniefuchsia, who is currently streaming. They're doing a sponsored stream, goodness me, of 33 Immortals, which looks like some kind of, looks a bit like Hades, actually. Or like that kind of game, perhaps. But like maybe some roguelike stuff going on, just by a brief glance. But anyway, that's it. Thanks for watching, guys.
Last spam.
Yeah, Annie is in the cabal. Last spam DYB. Yeah, thanks for the 420. I appreciate that, buddy. Right, that's it. Take it easy, gamers. I'll see you when I see you. Hopefully tomorrow, probably the day after, and some other shit as well. That is all for now. Enjoy the next stream. Follow, subscribe. Come back and watch every day. YouTube, Twitch, referral link. If you guys are very well behaved, I won't remove DYB. If you overspam DYB, it's gone. If you use it tastefully and intelligently, I will not remove it. That's it. I am out of here.